Co-convenor Inwec, Ms. Swati Kejriwal, Co-convenor Inwec, and Mr. Jyoti Prakash Pal, Regional Director, ICC. Requesting all of you to kindly join us on the stage. I, Lipsa, welcome all of you and request all of you to kindly be seated. As you can see, our chief guest for the day, Honorable CM of Odisha, has arrived with us, so have our other guests. And I'd like to request all of you to kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Inwec, Women's Business Mela 2.0, a legacy that we are carrying forward from the last year's Women's Business Mela that was the most talked about affair of not just the state, but of the entire nation. And during this event last year, the women of not just Odisha but across the country saw growth, confidence, power, resilience, and they did go ahead by progressing with networking, productivity, and marketing themselves. And here we are with the 2.0 version of Inwec Women's Business Mela, a most awaited platform, a most awaited event, another most awaited opportunity for women entrepreneurs across the state and more. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to request our guest for the day, along with our chief guest, Shri Mohan Charan Machi, Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, to kindly proceed for the lamp lighting. Are filled with gratitude and thankfulness for all our dignitaries who lit the lamp and made such a great start to the Inwec ICC National Women's Business Mela 2.0. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time that we talk about ICC as it enters its centenary year. Ladies and gentlemen, ICC, Indian Chamber of Commerce, enters its centenary year, a legacy of 100 years, and it stands tall as a symbol of India's industrial growth, policy advocacy, and economic transformation. Established in the year 1925 by pioneering industrialists led by G.D. Birla sir, ICC was envisioned as a forward-looking institution that would contribute to the modernization of Indian trade, commerce, and industry. Today, as ICC commemorates 100 years of excellence with 11 offices across India and 25 international representative offices, it continues to stand as a trusted partner to industry, government, and civil society, and in building a prosperous and self-reliant India. May I kindly request the console to please play the ICC AV.
Welcome to the centenary celebrations of the Indian Chamber of Commerce. It was founded in December 1925 under the leadership of Shri G.D. Birla, a close guidance from Father of the Nation Mahatma Gandhi Ji to culminate the business interest and aspirations for India's freedom. ICC now has a pan-India presence with 15 regional and near-zone offices spread across India and representative offices in 25 countries and expanding. ICC had the honor of hosting eminent personality like Indian presidents, prime ministers, and international leaders. ICC has undertaken numerous initiatives in sync with the aspirations of their stakeholders of the Indian economy. The ICC actively promotes sustainable and inclusive development among business fraternity, training, skilling entrepreneurship, alongside with very strong focus on policy advocacy.
ICC के लिए अपना योगदान देने वाले आप सभी को उस प्रत्येक महानुभाव का मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं।
It's always been very refreshing attending a chamber of commerce which is outside of Delhi, if I can use that word. Of course, there are several.
I'm sure the chamber will continue to engage with government, will continue to engage with different arms of the government.
And I wish you even greater success in the years to come. As perhaps all of you know, my family's association with the ICC harks back to its...
While the business environment keeps evolving, we must mention that what remains constant is our core values. Our founders distinguished the past. Presidents are still in reading the core value of service, of integrity, enterprise, inclusivity, courage, ability to look ahead.
The Indian Chamber of Commerce completes its 100th year. Probably the first Chamber of Commerce in the country to do so.
Looking forward to another century of service to nation and industry.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings me to Inwec. The ICC National Women's Entrepreneurship Council. Inwec is a committee that supports women entrepreneurs in Odisha. Inwec offers mentoring, networking, and events to help women entrepreneurs thrive and how. Today, we begin National Women's Business Mela 2.0 after a massive success of the National Women's Business Mela that was held previously. The second edition of its first of its kind juggernaut by Inwec that has created ripples of change and growth across the state and the country is indeed a remarkable event that is being applauded all across the country. Can we please have the AV?
Hey yo, listen up. This is what Inwec is about.
दिल से हर डर को मिटाया, चारों से एक नक्शा बनाया।
and gentlemen, I'd like to request all of you to please put your hands together first for ICC for entering its centenary year, and now for Inwec, which has made a dream come true for several women entrepreneurs who had been waiting and looking for a platform as such where their talents, their efforts, their businesses could be recognized and they could get the right sort of networking and marketing for the businesses of their dreams. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to request Ms. Preeti Pallavi Patnaik, convener Inwec, to kindly felicitate Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Mohan Charan Majhi. I'd also like to request the co-conveners, Ms. Swati Kejriwal and Ms. Suma Devi Das, to please join in. Now requesting the officials to please felicitate Shri Sambad Chandraswamy, Honorable Minister of Industry, Skill Development and Technical Education. All right. Thank you so much. We shall proceed with the felicitations later. Thank you so much. Would like to thank the Inwec officials and our dignitaries. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome Mr. Rajiv Sahu, Chairman of ICC Odisha State Council, to please present the welcome address on the eve of the inaugural session of Inwec ICC National Women's Mela 2.0.
जय जगन्नाथ, वंदे उत्कल जननी. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chief Minister Odisha, हमारा अति प्रिय ओडिशा को विकसित करिवार लक्ष्य एवं आज यही सभारे उपस्थित रही मु आम समस्त तरफ धन्यवाद दूची एवं समस्त को अनुरोध करी जे गोटे बड़ करताली दे आउ थे स्वागत करंतु. आपण माने समस्ते जानिछंती विगत 10 मासरे अनेक गुड़िए कम होईची जोटा कि दशंधि धरी हो पारि नथिला एवं जो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री लक्ष्य रखिचंती जे 2036 बेलू को 0.5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बा 45 लाख कोटी रो जो जीडीपी ग्रोथ टार्गेट रखिचंती ताकू आमे समस्ते मिसी आम तरफरु एवं ओडिशा सरकार को साहाय्य दे आमे एई लक्ष्य पूरण करिबारे सहायता करिबा एवं जोथिपाई माननीय मुख्यमंत्री दिन राति एक करी कार्य रे लागिछंती एवं सेथिपाई आमे मध्य जगन्नाथ पाखरे प्रार्थना करिबा जे आशीर्वाद करंतु माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नेतृत्व रे एवं सारा ओडिशा को किभली भाव में यही लक्ष्य हासिल करिबारे साहाय्य करिवे. आम गणरे अछंती आमर अति प्रिय शिल्प मंत्री श्रीजुक्त संपद चरण स्वाई जे कि आपण माने समस्ते जानिछंती माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नेतृत्व रे एवं जो शिल्प मंत्री कठिन परिश्रम रे 16 लाख कोटीर जो इंटेंट बा लक्ष्य आसीची एवं जोथिपाई शिल्प विभाग अति दक्ष भाव में कार्य करुची एवं एभली शिल्प ओडिशा को आसबार लक्ष्य रखा जायछि जोटा कि आगु केबे परिकल्पना करा जाय नथिला एवं संभव होइछि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नेतृत्व एवं शिल्प मंत्री दक्षता एई दुई जनकर कार्य दक्षता जो एगुड़िक आमे भावुचे आमे सफल करिवु। आमर गणरे अछंती श्रीयुक्त हेमंत शर्मा महोदय समस्ते जानिछंती जे से लगातार भावे किभली ओडिशा को शिल्पायन करने जो कार्यरत अछंती तार फलस्वरूप यही जो लक्ष्य रखा जाइछि से 0.5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी हो बा यही जो 16 लाख कोटी इंटेंट हो ताकू किभली सफल करा जाय परिबो। आम संगरे अन्य माने अछंती श्रीयुक्त पीके गुप्ता जो MSME रो डायरेक्टर आम गणरे अछंती आमर भौणी माने जो मानकर कार्य जोगु आज यही सभा सफल होगा जाऊँगी आमर से पल्ली मैडम हूँ सोमा हूँ स्वाति हूँ से माने दिन राति एक करी आउ बाकी जो भौणी माने एठारे उपस्थित अछंती समस्तंकर दिन राति एक करी से माने आज सफल सभा को एवं केवल यह गोटे सभा नुहे आ द्वारा महिला किभली स्वावलंबी हो पारिबो तार एक उदाहरण आपण सामने रखिछंती। तेणु मु मो तरफरु ICC तरफरु कृतज्ञता जनइबी जे एई भली जदि आमर महिला माने स्वावलंबी हेबे एवं ता संगे संगे अन्य मानकु उदाहरण सृष्टि करिवे जो लक्ष्य माननीय मुख्यमंत्री रखिछंती जे ओडिशा रे केवल सुभद्रा नुहे सबु सुभद्रा माने निजे निज गोड़े ठिया हो पारे एवं ओडिशा रे नुहे सारा ओडिशा सारा भारत रे एवं विश्व रे ओडिया महिला माने तांकर दक्षता प्रतिपादन करि परिबे। आउ मु जदि आपण मानकु कहबी सुनिछंती जे ICC 1925 मसीह रे आज फर्स्ट इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स आज फर्स्ट चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स श्रीयुक्त GD बिर्ला तांको नेतृत्व रे आरंभ होइतला एवं आज गोटे खुशीर दिन जे आमे 100 वर्ष पालन करूचु एई भली कार्यक्रम करबा माध्यम रे। आउरी मध्य कहबी जे जो टार्गेट माननीय मुख्यमंत्री रखिचंती 0.5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी 2036 एवं 1.5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी 2047 ICC तरफरु चेयरमैन ICC हिसाब रे मु पूरा आश्योरेंस दौची जे सर आपण को आमे पूर्ण सहयोग करिवु आपणकर एई जो कार्यदक्षता संगरे आमे गोटे गोटे गुंडुची मुसा हेई आपण को सेई लंका को पहुंचबारे आमे सहाय्य करिवु। आमे आउरी मध्य मु कहया को चाहे जे ICC केवल भुवनेश्वर नुहे ICC सारा ओडिशा को जीव सारा ओडिशार उद्योगी माने से महिला हूँ बा पुरुष हूँ आमे समस्त को एकजुट करूँ एवं रिक्वेस्ट करूँ जे जो प्रतिबंधक जो माने प्रतिबंधक लगाउछंती किभली ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस माध्यम रे एगुड़िक अति फास्ट ट्रैक रे जेमतिया आमे गोटे 10 ରୁ 12% ग्रोथ अचीव करि पारिबु जोटा कि आमर लक्ष्य आज जदिओ ओडिशा अन्य मानक तुलना रे फास्ट ग्रोथ करुची नेशनल एवरेज तारू प्राय 1 to 2% अधिका अच्छी किंतु आमर जो पोटेंशियल अच्छी आमर जो रिसोर्सेस अच्छी आमे ताकू निश्चय 10 ରୁ 12% ग्रोथ अचीव करि परिबु जदि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री आमर साथी अछंती शिल्प मंत्री अछंती ACS इंडस्ट्री अछंती समस्त सहयोग रे समस्त उद्योगी मानक भाई मानक गण रे एवं जो महिला माने यही प्रकार जो एम्बियंस आज आपन को देखैचंती मु भाबुची आमे निश्चय यही लक्ष्य हासिल करि परिबा एवं आमे जो रखीचु लक्ष्य जे आपण माने जो काम करिवे ICC आपण मानक संगरे रहिबो एवं स्पेशली महिला माने जो भाबरे से मालकानगिरी रो आरंभ करी मेरा मंडली पर्यंत जोठी भी महिला थिबे एवं आज मध्य जो स्टॉल अच्छी मु कहि रखे 250 रो अधिक स्टॉल जो माने वुमेन मैनेज वोमेन मैनेज स्टॉल एवं प्रत्येक स्टॉल ले माननीय मुख्यमंत्री मु भावुची किसी समय बाहर करी किछिटा स्टॉल देखिबे एवं मालकानगिरी महिला माने आसी एई स्टॉल मध्य करिसंती। तेणु आईसीसी केवल जे एलाइट लोकंक संस्था नुहे या प्रत्येक जो ओडियांकर आशा हिसाब रे गोटे इंडस्ट्री एसोसिएशन हिसाब रे आपण मानक संगे रहिबो। आउ पुणी थरे मु कहबी आमे अशेष आनंदित जे आम संगे मान्यवर मुख्यमंत्री अछंती, मान्यवर शिल्प मंत्री अछंती एवं अन्यान्य डिग्निटरीज अछंती। दिल्ली रु आसीछंती हमर डॉक्टर राजीव सिंह, डायरेक्टर जनरल ऑफ आईसीसी एवं यही आपण मान माध्यम रे यही 4-5 दिन एभली गोटे आटमोस्फियर हम जोटा कि पुणी थरे नेक्स्ट जेतेबेले आईसीसी इनवेक 3 सेतबेला पर्यंत यही जो एनर्जी आज मिलिबो सेटा को आमे आगु को नबा एवं हमर जो दक्ष महिला उद्योगी माने अछंती से माने केवल ओडिशा रे नुहे भारत रे नुहे सारा पृथ्वी रे केमती ना करिवे आमे सेही कथा चिंता करिबा। आउ थरे धन्यवाद देई मु मोर वक्तव्य शेष करूची। जय जगन्नाथ, वंदे उत्कल जननी।
अनेक अनेक धन्यवाद देवाक चाहिए राजीव साहू महोदय को। आबे अनुरोध करी थीम सेटिंग प्रसंग विषय में आम समस्त को जी अभिभाषण देवाक आसुँच गोटे जोरदार ताल सह अनुरोध करी कन्वीनर इनवेक श्रीमती प्रीति पल्लवी पटनायक को स्वागत कराचो ऑन द पोडियम।
Jai Jagannath, a very good evening everyone. Honorable CM Shri Mohan Charan Majhi, Honorable Industries Minister Shri Sambad Chandraswamy, Additional Chief Secretary Shri Hemant Sharma, Director MSME DFO Shri PK Gupta, respected colleagues of ICC, distinguished guests, valued partners, my incredible Inwec team, and most importantly, every woman here who once sat with a dream in her heart and dared to say, why not me? Welcome to the second edition of Inwec National Women's Business Mela 2.0. When we first dreamt of this event, it wasn't simply to fill stalls, put banners or decorate halls. It was to create a space that feels alive, where women could bring their dreams into the open, unapologetically, boldly and proudly. A space for women who didn't wait for conditions to be perfect, who didn't wait for the right moment, but decided to start their business anyway. Every stall you visit today tells a story, stories of ideas that were born around boardrooms and kitchen tables, stories of businesses that began with a single customer, a single order, a single step. Some are ancient skills carried forward, others are fresh ideas built for tomorrow. Every step of these women entrepreneurs have been an act of determination, of showing up again and again, even when it wasn't easy, even when no one was watching. Someone recently asked me in an interview how we managed to make this edition of Business Mela so much bigger with double the stalls and even bigger dreams. And I said, leadership may be visible, but true success is built quietly and collectively. What you see today is the result of the dedication of my team, my committee members, an entire force of passionate women who have stood shoulder to shoulder with me. This is not mine alone, this is ours. And I am lucky I have been surrounded by women who support ideas, push them forward, shape them, and make them real. We succeed because when one woman moves forward, she holds the door open for another. That is the spirit of Inwec. We focus on giving the right support at every step, whether it's educating about government policies and schemes, finding the right funding opportunities, opening doors to market that once seemed distant, or getting connected to banks that believe in women-led businesses. We bring the future closer, teaching how tools like AI, ChatGPT, new technologies can power businesses and beyond borders. We create spaces where women can meet, learn from each other, share real experiences, because sometimes the best lessons come from one another who walk the same road, and most importantly, we grow as an ecosystem, stronger, smarter and unstoppable. To our government supporters, our mentors and our sponsors, thank you for believing in what we are building. You are our real partners in a much bigger story, and we are so grateful. And to the women entrepreneurs here today, your courage humbles me. You have carried your dreams through doubt, through risk, through sacrifice. You have not waited for validation. You have created your own definitions of success, and that, more than anything, is what will change the future. Inwec isn't defined by a moment or a person. It's a collective journey, one that grows, endures, and keeps making space for more women to dream, lead, and thrive. As you walk through the Mela today, as you meet these remarkable entrepreneurs, I hope you'll take a moment to really listen, not just what they are selling, but to what they are building. Business rooted in communities, in cultures, in quiet revolutions that will shape tomorrow's India. Thank you for being part of this journey. Again, a warm welcome to Inwec National Women's Business Mela 2.0. Let's keep building, let's keep moving forward together. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the convener of Inwec for making the theme setting sound like a war cry, and that is what it is. This is a massive revolution to make sure that every woman entrepreneur gets the stage, gets the platform that we all had been wanting to see them in. And now, ladies and gentlemen, requesting the co-convener Inwec, Ms. Swati Kejriwal, to please join us for her address.
नमस्कार मंचरे उपस्थित ओडिशार मुख्यमंत्री ओडिशार लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री सम्माननीय श्री मोहन चरण माझी जी, शिल्प मंत्री संपत चंद्र स्वाई जी, एडिशनल चीफ सेक्रेटरी कम इंडस्ट्री सेक्रेटरी हेमंत शर्मा जी, डायरेक्टर MSME श्री PK गुप्ता जी, एंड ऑल माय कलीग्स फ्रॉम ICC एवं मोर सहकर्मी महिला परिवर्तनकारी उद्योगपति एवं स्वप्नदर्शी जातीय महिला व्यवसाय मेला 2.0 रो उद्घाटन रे आपणकु स्वागत करिबा मोर गभीर सम्मानर विषय। यह केवल उद्योग नुहे बरं ओडिशा एवं भारतर भविष्यत गठन पाई महिला मानकर सशक्तिकरण उद्देश्य एवं सामूहिक इच्छा शक्तिर एक उत्सव। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महाशय, आज एठारे आपणकर सदय उपस्थिति पाई आमे प्रकृत रे कृतज्ञ। एही मंचरे आपणक समर्थन केवल अनुष्ठानिक नुहे, यह एक शक्तिशाली संकेत। यह एक संकेत जे ओडिशा भारत को एपरी एक जुग को नहीं जिबा को प्रस्तुत, जेउठारे महिला माने केवल अर्थनीति रे अंशग्रहणकारी नुहंती बरं एहार स्थपति। महिला मानक द्वारा संपूर्ण भाव में आयोजित यह 5 दिनिया मेला स्वास्थ्य एवं शिक्षा ठारू आरंभ करी फैशन, पर्यटन, आर्थिक एवं अन्यान्य शिल्प रे नवसृजनकारी स्रष्टा, नेता एवं शिक्षार्थी मानकु एकत्रित करे। यह महिला मानकर असिक संभावनार एक प्रदर्शन, जेतेबेले आमको केवल टेबुल रे बसिबा पई नुहे बरं आमर निजन निर्माण पाई उपकरण मध्य दिया जाए। ICC रो महिला शाखा इनवेक रे आमर लक्ष्य सर्वदा उद्योगिता को पोषण करिबा, समर्थन प्रणाली सृष्टि करिबा एवं बड़ स्वप्न रखिबा को साहस करुथिबा महिला मानकर स्वर को वृद्धि करिबा एवं एही मेला हेउची सेही स्वप्न जहाँ रूप नेउची प्राणवंत, स्थिर एवं अप्रतिरोध। इनवेक विमेन्स बिजनेस मेला एक इवेंट नुहे, एटा एक पावरफुल मूवमेंट जोठारे महिला माने सबू चैलेंज को सामना करी मेन स्ट्रीम बिजनेस करिबा पाई निजकू तैयार करने सह आमर यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को विकसित भारत करने स्वप्न रे निजको सामिल करें। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महाशय, आमे आपण को जड़े दूरदर्शी संपन्न नेता भाव में आशा करुचु। यही गति को वृद्धि करिबारे आमको साहाय्य करने नीति ढांचा, इनक्यूबेशन स्पेस, बाजार संजोग एवं डिजिटल सुजोग सृष्टि करिबारे आपणकर निरंतर समर्थन सहित नेतृत्वाधीन अर्थनैतिक अभिवृद्धि पाई ओडिशा एक मानदंड राज्य होई पारिबो। आपणक नेतृत्व रे आमे एही अभियान को एक नुआ दिग देई पारिबा। नुआ नारी शक्ति सह एही मेला एक नूतन अध्यायर आरंभ हो, जेउठारे गाँर प्रत्येक झियो, छोट सहरर प्रत्येक गृहिणी एवं सहरर प्रत्येक आकांक्षी नेता विश्वास करिवे, हाँ मु पारिबी एवं मु करिबी। एठारे थिबा प्रत्येक महिला को पक्षरु आमर दृष्टिकोण रे विश्वास करिबा पई धन्यवाद एवं एही यात्रा रे आम सहित चलिबा पई धन्यवाद। आम आगरे नुहे, आसंतु एकाठी एक एपरी ओडिशा गठन करिबा जहाँ अंतर्भुक्तिकरण सहित नेतृत्व नेउ, नूतनत्व सहित वृद्धि पाऊ एवं एक महिला भावना को सबु महिला भावना रे झलसु। जय जगन्नाथ, जय ओडिशा, जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दबाको चाहिए मो स्वाति केजरीवाल मैम को co-convenor Inwec. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to request and invite Mr. Dharmaditya Patnaik, Senior Vice Chairman ICC, State Odisha Council, to please present his address.
Jai Jagannath. Good evening, everybody. Honorable CM Sir, Honorable Industry Minister Sir, Secretary Industry Sir, Director General ICC, Chairman ICC Odisha, and all other dignitaries on and off the stage. Members of Inwec, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure and pride to address this august gathering. We are deeply honored to have the august presence of our beloved Chief Minister today at this inaugural event of Inwec Business Mela 2. At a time when Indian women are at top leadership positions, scaling mountains, soaring to space, and embracing the spirit of entrepreneurship with courage and confidence, I have no doubt in asserting the fact that this is a defining movement for the Indian economy. Statistics tell us that the gender gap between were to close down now, it would add $70 billion to India's GDP in 2025. This is the power of economic muscle wielded by Indian women. I must mention here the path-breaking Subhadra Yojana of Government of Odisha, which is pushing the frontiers and benchmarking women's empowerment and financial independence of women in Odisha. Honorable Chief Minister Sir, I am sure that under your astute and empathic leadership, the women of our state are going to certainly find their feet as individuals who can aspire to be towards a life of equality and self-esteem. I would like to sincerely appreciate the efforts of Inwec for providing a platform for women entrepreneurs to showcase and collaborate towards impactful business outcomes. It gives us a sense of pride to see this cohort of inspiring and enterprising women who have presented this remarkable event with substance and style. May our women be safe and successful. May the spirit of Shakti always glow brightly. Thank you. Bande Utkal Janani.
Thank you so much, sir, for your best wishes. We definitely need it. Requesting Director General ICC, Dr. Rajiv Singh, to kindly enlighten us with his address now.
Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister of Industries, Mr. Sharma, ACS of Industries, and all the guests and dignitaries. I think it's a day to celebrate the spirit of women entrepreneurship. And on this occasion, it's befitting that we have Honorable Chief Minister with us to bless and to also encourage the entrepreneurship in the state. There has been a lot of effort in building up the ICC National Women Entrepreneurs Council in the state, and I would like to compliment Ms. Preeti Patnaik, Ms. Swati Kejriwal and Ms. Suma Devidash for their untiring work, I think for last several months. And we see the outcome, which is more than 200 stalls, all mostly led by the women entrepreneurs. And the forum basically is meant to empower, to provide the linkages, and to help the women entrepreneurs. And I think the forum over last many years has been able to do that. I would also like to acknowledge the support which it gets from our chairman, Mr. Sahu, and of course from the various departments of the state and our members here. Let me also acknowledge Mr. J.B. Pani, who started this whole initiative. And I would also like to acknowledge the past chairs of Inwec who have contributed towards the success of this platform. Honorable CM, only thing I would like to address to you is, industry, because of the traditional systems and the laws what we have, has plenty of compliances to do. Prime Minister Modi and all the states, especially Odisha, has done really a tremendous job in cutting down the compliances and making it easy. But I feel there is still scope to do more, and especially for promoting the women to set up the enterprise, maybe some special schemes, special window by which the women can be encouraged to create the enterprise and have the desirable support system in the state, because the vision of achieving 1.5 trillion economy can be achieved only if when we have, let's say, the better half of the society also contributing to the vision. With these words, I will say ICC remains committed to be a partner with you, with the state, and of course, we believe in creating value for the members and for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir. And now may I kindly request Shri P.K. Gupta, Director, MSME DFO, Kanak, to please address all of us.
Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Mohan Charan Majhi ji, Shri Sambad Sahab, Honorable Minister of Industry, Skill Development and Technical Education, Government of Odisha, Shri Hemant Sharma ji, Additional Chief Secretary, Industries Department, Government of Odisha, Shri Rajiv Singh ji, Director General ICC, Shri Rajiv Sahu ji, Chairman ICC, Mr. Patnaik, Senior Vice Chairman ICC, Ms. Preeti Palli Patnaik ji, Convener Inwec, Swati Kejriwal ji, Co-convenor Inwec, Suma Devidas ji, Co-convenor Inwec, Mr. Paul, Regional Director ICC, all present women entrepreneurs, representative of press and media, and all invited guests. हमारे पूर्व वक्ता बोल रहे थे, it is a movement, but I will say that the Business Mela is a celebration of women entrepreneurship and women empowerment. जब ये बिजनेस मेला 2 साल पहले जब 1.0 हुआ था, तो पूरे भारतवर्ष में चर्चा थी कि क्या हमारे वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स भी इस प्रकार का कार्यक्रम कर सकते हैं। तो मैसेज ये गया कि हाँ कर सकते हैं, और आज 2.0 यहाँ पे आयोजित किया जा रहा है, जो कि हमारे वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स द्वारा कंसीव किया गया है, प्लान किया गया है और एग्जीक्यूट किया गया है. सो देयर आर ओनली फ्यू exhibitions all over India where it is totally been organized by women entrepreneurs. और हमारे women entrepreneurs जो उड़ीसा के हैं, I think I was just having a discussion with them. So हमारे जो MSME मंत्रालय भारत सरकार का है, so हमारी जो पॉलिसी है उसके अंतर्गत ऑनरेबल CM साहब के नॉलेज के लिए कि हम लोग सर 60 स्टॉल्स का भारत सरकार MSME मंत्रालय रियम्बर्स कर रहा है. और मेरे पास एप्लीकेशन अभी आता है कि सर इसको और बढ़ाइए. सो दिस इज अ पावर ऑफ Inwec इन द स्टेट ऑफ उड़ीसा दैट वी रेयरली गेट एप्लीकेशंस वेयर वी वांट more number of reimbursement and more number of MSMEs are interested to participate. इसका दूसरा पहलू ये है कि हमारे वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स जो यहाँ पे पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं, दो आर डूइंग गुड, जिन्होंने स्टॉल लिया है, आपकी जिम्मेदारी और बढ़ जाती है. बिकॉज उड़ीसा राज्य में अगर 10 लाख उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन है तो 2,70,000 का भी उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन आपके वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के हैं. मीन्स इट इज अराउंड 27%, बट इट हैज टू बी इंक्रीज टू 50%. सो ये दायित्व हमारे वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को जाता है कि आप, बिकॉज यू आर ऑलरेडी इन द बिजनेस, यू शुड सपोर्ट, यू शुड गिव हैंड होल्डिंग सपोर्ट और दूसरे सपोर्ट देने चाहिए. हमारे बडिंग यंग ऑन वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को सपोर्ट करना चाहिए, जिससे कि वो आगे चल के एक अपना एंटरप्राइज शुरू कर सके, अपना उद्यम लगा सकें. विद दिस फ्रॉम मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ MSME, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, वेरी बेस्ट टू द नेशनल बिजनेस मेला 2.0 विच इज़ बिन ऑर्गेनाइज्ड बाय Inwec. और आप सभी को बहुत बहुत बधाइयाँ कि इतनी मेहनत आपने करी है. और I was also part of Business Mela 1.0, so I hope that it does better than that, because I think we have more number of stalls in 2.0. With this, all the best. मेरी तरफ से आपको बहुत बहुत बधाइयाँ. धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much, sir, for those words of motivation. I am sure this will take us a long, long way. Thank you so much. And now may I kindly request Shri Hemant Sharma, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Industries Department, Government of Odisha, to kindly address all of us.
आजिर ये कार्यक्रम रे मुख्य अतिथि उड़ीसा राज्य रे मान्यवर मुख्यमंत्री महोदय, मोर शिल्प विभाग रे मान्यवर मंत्री महोदय, मंचासीन इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स रे अधिकारी वृंद, भारत सरकार MSME विभाग रे डायरेक्टर श्री गुप्ता महोदय, Inwec उड़ीसा राज्य रे कर्मकर्ता वृंद एवं उपस्थित बंधुगण, आज सर्वप्रथम मु आपण मानक समस्त को पुणी थे शिल्प विभाग तरफ एवं MSME विभाग तरफ ये बिजनेस मेला 2025 को स्वागत जनाऊँगी. आपण माने वर्तमान पर्यंत जानिबा को पाइछंती ICC तरफ भारत वर्ष कौन करा जाउअछि एवं Inwec तरफ भारत वर्ष कौन करा जाउअछि. मु मात्र आपण मानक अति अल्प समय रे किछि सूचना देवी. ये बिजनेस मेला कहीं अनुष्ठित करागला, तार पछरे उद्देश्य कौन अच्छी एवं केंद्र एवं राज्य सरकार तरफ उद्यमिता को विकास करने, उद्यमिता विकास करने एवं मुख्य रूप रे जो महिला उद्यमी माने अच्छी से विकास करने कौन कौन सब कार्यक्रम हाथ को निया जाए अच्छी. ये बिजनेस मेला टी कौन एवं ये Inwec टी कौन एवं ICC कौन. ICC होची इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स, बहुत पुराना संस्था. अति निकट रे 21 अप्रैल रे से माने तांकर 100 वर्ष रे जो सेलिब्रेशन भारत वर्ष रे भुवनेश्वर ठारे आरंभ करथिले, जो थिरे कि भारत वर्ष रे 5टी बहुत बड़ बड़ बैंक रे मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर एवं चेयरमैन माने आस्थिले. पंजाब नेशनल बैंक, स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया, एक्सिम बैंक, रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया रे एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर, LIC रे चेयरमैन, बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा रे मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर, सिडबी रे चेयरमैन, से माने समस्ते भुवनेश्वर को आसी थिले कौन पाई भुवनेश्वर को बचागला कहीं से माने भुवनेश्वर को सेलेक्ट कले 100 वर्ष होची इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स रे से इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स आरंभ होइतिला बेंगल कालिकता रे किंतु जेतेबे तार 100 वर्ष रे सेलिब्रेशन आरंभ हैला सेटा से माने भुवनेश्वर आरंभ कले दिस इज अ रिकॉग्निशन of the increasing importance of Odisha and Bhubaneswar in India. This credit goes to our Honorable Chief Minister Shri Mohan Charan Majhi, who in last 10 months has brought Odisha to the forefront of development. ये ICC भी आगा थिला, Inwec भी आगा थिला, किंतु ICC रे 100 वर्ष रे सेलिब्रेशन जोठी तांकर जन्म है थिला कालिकता रे सेठी आरंभ हेलानी कि मात्र जोठी से माने सब टू लास्ट आरंभ कले भुवनेश्वर आरंभ हेला इनवेक रे बिजनेस मेला इनवेस्ट रे आज जो बिजनेस मेला होची एटा भुवनेश्वर बिजनेस मेला नुहे एटा ओडिशा बिजनेस मेला नुहे एटा होची नेशनल बिजनेस मेला राष्ट्रीय बिजनेस मेला एवं जो महिला उद्यमी माने आज एठी तांकर सबू प्रदर्शनी रे भाग नहीं चंती किमा जो सबू कार्यक्रम रे 4 दिन पर्यंत शामिल हेमे से माने ओडिशा राज्य रे जो महिला उद्यमी माने अछंती महिला स्टार्टअप रे जो नुआ एंट्रेंट्स माने अछंती से मानकर सबू कार्य को लोकलोचन को आनिवा पाई राष्ट्रीय स्तर रे लोकलोचन को आनिवा पाई ये बिजनेस मेलाटा आयोजन करा जाई अछि तो एटा रहिला हमर आईसीसी एटा रहिला हमर इनवैक बिजनेस मेला 2025 किछि मास तले मान्यवर मुख्यमंत्री प्रचेष्टा रे हमर वरेण्य प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी ओडिशा आसीथिले भुवनेश्वर आसीथिले एवं उत्कर्ष ओडिशा कार्यक्रम रे से योगदान देइथिले सेते बेले गोटे प्रदर्शनी हेइथिला एवं प्रदर्शनी रे जेते बेले आमे स्टॉल आवंटन करूथिलु से समय रे महिला उद्यमी मानका पाई 25टी स्टॉल रखा जाइथिला एवं आईसीसी इनवैक रे कर्मकर्ता माने मो पाखु आसिले कहले सर एडे बड़ो कार्यक्रम होउची उत्कर्ष ओडिशा एवं महिला उद्यमी मानका पाई मात्र 25टी स्टॉल मुझे को कहली आप आगे 25टी स्टॉलटा फिलअप करके दिखातु यदि सेटा आप फिलअप करदे परवर्ती समय आपन को आहरी किसी स्टॉल दिया जीवो से 25टी स्टॉल आज 260टी स्टॉल से माने फिलअप करके दिखाई 10 गुणा अधिक करके दिखाई कारण कौन आज आमे आधुनिक महिला उद्यमी मॉडर्न विमेन लेड एंटरप्राइजेस माने को पाई कार्यक्रम आयोजन करूछु किंतु भारत रे जो संस्कृति अच्छी आमर जो भारतीय संस्कृति अच्छी से संस्कृति रे महिला मानकर उद्यमी हेबाड़ा किछि निरला कथा नुहे किमा किछि बड़ो कथा नुहे आज आपण यदि कलाहांडी को जिबे जो माने कपारू सूता करूचंती से माने होचंती महिला उद्यमी यदि बरगढ़ को जिबे जो माने सूतारू लुगा करूचंती से माने होचंती महिला उद्यमी यदि नवरंगपुर को जिबे जो माने आखुरु गुड़ करूचंती से माने होचंती महिला उद्यमी तेणु महिला एवं ये जो कपारू सूता करिबा सूतारू लुगा करिबा किमा आखुरु गुड़ तैयारी करिबा एटा आज रे 2025 रे किमा 2015 रे किमा 2005 रे काम नुहे ये हमर संस्कृति रे पर्याय अछि हमर भारतीय संस्कृति रे बहुत बहुत समय हेगला ये आसी आज आम कौन चेष्टा करूँ आज आम चेष्टा करूँ वर्तमान आधुनिकता रे युग अच्छी युग परिवर्तन हो आज यदि महिला उद्यमी मानू को आम प्रोत्साहन करवा सूता लुगा आखु गुड़ से निश्चित करवा किंतु आज आम इनफॉरमेशन टेक्नोलॉजी रे करवा आज आम हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर रे करवा आज आम से टूरिज्म सेक्टर रे करवा आज से इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सेक्टर देखा आज आम से बिजनेस मेला आयोजन करूँ कि आमर जो ट्रेडिशनल सेक्टर अच्छी से महिला उद्यमी माने निश्चय से माने बहुत आग को गलेनी किंतु मॉडर्न इंडस्ट्री मॉडर्न स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्री जो टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवेन अच्छी क्रेडिट ड्रिवेन अच्छी मार्केट ड्रिवेन अच्छी से क्षेत्र में आपण मानकर जो ओडिशा राज्य जो प्रगति आरंभ होती सेटा को लोकलोचन को आनिबा पाई ये कार्यक्रम आयोजन करागला भारत सरकार कार्यक्रम विषय रे आपण को डायरेक्टर महाशय कहले राज्य सरकार कौन प्रचेष्टा अच्छी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जेते बेले चैरिटी रोड शो को गले एवं से विभिन्न प्रकार मीटिंग हैला उत्कर्ष ओडिशा रे एते बड़ो कार्यक्रम हैला तांकर सबु बेले लक्ष्य रे रहिला कि आमर समाज रे आमर जो समाज अच्छी समाज रे सर्वांगीण विकास है वो आम प्रधानमंत्री कौन कहते सबका साथ सबका विकास inclusiveness. That is the policy of the state government. आपण यदि हमर इंडस्ट्रियल पॉलिसी देखिबे, MSME पॉलिसी देखिबे, फूड प्रोसेसिंग पॉलिसी देखिबे, टूरिज्म पॉलिसी देखिबे, टेक्सटाइल पॉलिसी देखिबे, हेल्थ डेवलपमेंट पॉलिसी देखिबे, स्टार्टअप पॉलिसी देखिबे, सबू पॉलिसीज रे महिला उद्यमी मानक पाई किछि एक्स्ट्रा अछि, किछि अलगा अछि. मात्र आपण माने जानी पारु नहंती, बहुत जगह आम जिला शिल्प केन्द्र को महिला उद्यमी माने आसी पारु नहंती, बैंक को गले क्रेडिट रे बहुत प्रॉब्लम होउची. यही सब प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करबा पाई माननीय मुख्यमंत्री हमको आदेश देइचंती. ईपी कॉल रे गोटे स्पेशल विमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर सेल गठन करा जिवो एवं खूब शीघ्र माननीय मुख्यमंत्री सेटा को लॉन्च करिवे, तांकर प्रेजेंस रे सेटा को लॉन्च करा जिवो. तत्सहित जो आमर जिला शिल्प केन्द्र अच्छी, प्रत्येक जिला शिल्प केन्द्र रे गोटे गोटे महिला उद्यमी मानक पाई डेस्क रहिबो. जेति कि आमर नुआ MSME पार्क आपण माने जानिचंती, आमर राज्य रे नुआ सरकार आसिला परे प्रत्येक जिला रे गोटे गोटे नुआ MSME पार्क आरंभ करा जाई अछि. से MSME पार्क रे 25% of the space is reserved for women entrepreneurs only, so that you get priority allocation of plots in industrial estates. आहरी मध्य माननीय मुख्यमंत्री हमको कहते कि ओडिशा भुवनेश्वर राजधानी पाखरे गोटे MSME पार्क जो स्थापित करा जाई अछि, ता पाखरे एक्सक्लूसिवली विमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स मानका पाई पार्क स्थापित करबा पाई मध्य माननीय मुख्यमंत्री निर्देश देइचंती. खूब शीघ्र मध्य आमे सेटा आरंभ करबा को जाउछु. कई बार कथा हैला कि ये जो बिजनेस मेला आपण मानकर परिश्रम को लोकलोचन को आनिबा पाई एवं राज्य सरकार जो सब पॉलिसी अच्छी कार्यक्रम अच्छी सेटा आपण मानकर संज्ञान में आनिबा पाई आयोजन करा जाई अछि. ये आमर परिश्रमटा मात्र मेला को सीमित न रखिक आम परवर्ती समय मध्य आपण मानक सहित मिसिक आम कार्य करूँ एवं आपण मानकर जो विमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स मानक पाई पॉलिसी रिलेटेड जहाँ सब प्रोविजन अच्छी केते शीघ्र आपण मानक पाखु पहुँची पारिबो से दिगरे मध्य आम प्रयास करूँ. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. एबे अनुरोध करिबी माननीय मंत्री श्री संपद चंद्र स्वाई महोदय को आम समस्त उद्देश्य तांकर अभिभाषण रखिबे.
जय जगन्नाथ. आज इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स वुमेन्स विंग तरफ नेशनल वुमेन्स बिजनेस मेला आयोजन करा जाइछि. आजिर ये कार्यक्रम रे आम सहित उपस्थित अछंती मुख्य अतिथि भाबरे तथा मुख्य आकर्षण आम समस्तंकर प्रिय मुख्यमंत्री 4.5 कोटी ओडिया लोकंकर आशा आउ विश्वास जहाँ नेतृत्व रे ओडिशा एक विकसित ओडिशा बा समृद्ध ओडिशा भावे जे निजे गढ़ी तोलिबा पई तांकर प्रचेष्टा जारी रखिचंती एवं सबु क्षेत्र रे ओडिशा को आगु को नबा पई सबु वर्गर लोकंकर विकास पई जे सबु बेले चेष्टा करुचंती उद्यम करुचंती आम समस्तंकर प्रिय मुख्यमंत्री सम्मान्य मोहन चरण माझी महोदय मंचे रे उपस्थित अछंती. एडिशनल चीफ सेक्रेटरी इंडस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट एंड MSME डिपार्टमेंट श्री हेमंत शर्मा महाशय, MSME DOFO डायरेक्टर कटक श्री PK गुप्ता महाशय, डायरेक्टर जनरल इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स डॉक्टर राजीव सिंह महाशय, ICC ओडिशा स्टेट काउंसिल चेयरमैन श्री राजीव साहू महाशय, सीनियर वाइस चेयरमैन ICC ओडिशा स्टेट काउंसिल श्री धर्मादित्य पटनायक महाशय, कन्वेनर इंडियन नेशनल वुमेन्स ICC वुमेन्स विंग कन्वेनर मिस प्रीति पल्लवी पटनायक महोदया, को कन्वेनर स्वाति केजरीवाल महोदया एवं उपस्थित अछंती सुमा देवी दास महोदया, ज्योति प्रकाश पाल महाशय एवं उपस्थित अन्यान्य समस्त मंचासीन नेतृमंडली मो सामने उपस्थित आमମାନଙ୍କୁ जे मार्गदर्शन दियंती आमर प्रसन्न मिश्र महाशय एवं सम्मान्य जगदीश खाड़ेंगा महाशय एवं उपस्थित अछंती आमर छोटलाल भाई छोटलाल महंत महाशय एवं उपस्थित एटी समस्त वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर माने अन्यान्य समस्त बुद्धिजीवी एवं सांबादिक भाई माने समस्त को आज ये कार्यक्रम रे समस्त को शुभेच्छा और शुभकामना। बंधुगण आज इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स नेशनल वुमेन्स एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप काउंसिल इनवेक तरफ आज एठारे आयोजित वुमेन्स बिजनेस मेला रे आपण मानक समस्त गहण रे उपस्थित रहिबा निश्चित भाव मो पाई एक सौभाग्यर विषय। ये आज ये जो समावेश होची ये निश्चित भाव MSME एवं स्टार्टअप क्षेत्र में ओडिया महिला उद्योगी मानू एकत्रीकरण करूना बरं से प्रोत्साहित करुच्ची किभली भाव में आगू को बढ़ापी एवं ओडिशा रे महिला उद्योगी जो प्रक्रिया को सचेतन करने सहित आपको आहुरी त्वरान्वित करने ये निश्चित भाव में ये सहायक हम। महाप्रभु जगन्नाथ का आशीर्वाद रे ओडिशा रे डबल इंजिन सरकार केंद्र रे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी नेतृत्व रे एवं सबका साथ सबका विकास सबका विश्वास सबका प्रयास ये जो मूल मंत्र को प्रार्थना करी आम राज्य रे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री मोहन चरण माझी नेतृत्व रे आज सरकार विभिन्न दिगरे किभली भाव में ओडिशा आगू को जीव से दिगरे काम करुच्ची एवं विशेषकर महिला माने किपरि भाव में आर्थिक स्वाधीनता पाइबे सशक्तिकरण हेबे स्वावलंबी हेबे आत्मनिर्भर हेबे से दिगरे विशेषकर प्राधान्य दे आम सरकार काम करुअछि। आज एठी पाखापाखि 200 रु अधिक महिला एंटरप्रेन्योर माने एठी उपस्थित अछंती। से माने निजे खाली व्यवसाय करूनांती व्यवसाय करिबा सहित मध्य निजुक्ति संभावना सृष्टि करिबारे मध्य सेमाने सफल होइचंती एवं आज सेमानंक प्रयास रे आज एठी 260 पाखापाखि स्टॉल पड़ीची एवं आगू को किभली भाव में महिला एंटरप्रेन्योर अधिक हेबे उद्योगी अधिक हेबे ता पई मध्य सेमाने मध्य प्रयास आरंभ करिचंती। 2036 बेलू माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जो विजन अच्छी एक समृद्ध ओडिशा गठन करिबा पई एवं 2047 सुधा विकसित भारत जो परिकल्पना रे विकसित ओडिशार वास्तवता दबा पई आम सरकार मध्य संकल्पबद्ध। समृद्ध ओडिशा गठन करने को हेले सेठी महिला माने स्वावलंबी एवं आत्मनिर्भर हवा निहाती आवश्यक। शास्त्र रे मध्य कुहा जाउची जत्र नजस्तु पूजन्ते रमन्ते चत्र देवताः अर्थात जोंटी महिला मानकु सम्मान करा जाए जोंटी महिला माने आत्मनिर्भर होंती सेठी महिला मानकु सम्मान कले सेठी देवता आविर्भाव होंती एवं जो राज्य बा जो राष्ट्र महिला मानकु स्वावलंबी करिबो आत्मनिर्भर करिबो से राष्ट्र निश्चित भाव में आगू को बढ़ी पारिबो से राज्य निश्चित भाव में आगू को बढ़ी पारिबो से राज्य समृद्ध हो पारिबो विकसित हो पारिबो जेतेबेले महिला माने शिक्षित हेबे स्वाधीन हेबे आत्मनिर्भर हेबे सेतेबेले बाई जाई से राज्य आगू को बढ़ी पारिबो। राज्य रे महिला मानकु आर्थिक स्वाधीनता एवं महिला मानकु आत्मनिर्भर करबा पई महिला मानकु स्वावलंबी करबा पई आम सरकार माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नेतृत्व में सुभद्रा योजनार शुभारंभ करथिले एवं सुभद्रा योजना माध्यम रे 50,000 टंका महिला मानकु आर्थिक व्यवस्था महिला मानक पई करा जायतिला एवं आपण माने जे देखिबे ग्रामांचल रे आज भी एही योजना माध्यम रे बहुत महिला माने मध्य यार सुजोग आर्थिक स्वाधीनता द्वारा सुजोग पाइचंती आगू को बढ़िबा पई छोट मोट व्यवसाय करिबारे मध्य सेमाने मध्य सफल होइचंती एवं ता सहित एही सुभद्रा माँ मानकु नेई एही भुवनेश्वर ठारे एक सुभद्रा मेला मध्य आयोजन करा जायतिला। एही मेला रे पाखापाखि 700 रु अधिक SSG 300 रु अधिक स्टॉल मध्य एठी पड़ीथिला। ये मेला माध्यम रे मध्य विभिन्न प्रकार प्रोडक्ट एठी शो करा जायतिला सेमाने मध्य व्यवसाय रे मध्य सफल होइतिले माननीय मुख्यमंत्री मध्य आकु उद्घाटन करिथिले एवं 2027 सुधा लक्ष्य रखा जायछि 25 लाख लक्षपति दीदी सृष्टि करिबा पई लक्षपति दीदी ग्रामांचलर महिला माने किभली भाबरे आत्मनिर्भर हेबे लक्ष टंकारु अधिक रोजगार करिवे आर्थिक स्वच्छलता हेबे ता उपरे गुरुत्व दिया जाई लक्षपति दीदी सृष्टि करा जाउची तांकर दक्षता विकास करिबा पई तांकू ट्रेनिंग दिया जाउची प्लम्बिंग क्षेत्र रे हो ड्रोन क्षेत्र रे हो एवं एलईडी बल्ब उत्पादन क्षेत्र रे हो विभिन्न मरामती करिबा क्षेत्र रे हो तांकू ट्रेनिंग दिया जाउची से माने किबळी भाबरे स्वावलंबी हेबे आत्मनिर्भर हेबे याकू लक्ष्य करी 25 लाख लक्षपति दीदी करिबा पई आम सरकार प्रयास आरंभ करिसंती एवं भारत वर्ष रे ओडिशा 1 नंबर राज्य जे सबुठारु अधिक लक्षपति दीदी सृष्टि करिवारे सफल हेइची ये भी मध्य एक उदाहरण ओडिशार महिला मानक पई बदलुथिबा ओडिशार चित्रर निछक प्रमाण हैला आज सारा भारत वर्ष रे आमे लक्षपति दीदी सृष्टि करिवारे 1 नंबर रहिछे एवं एबे आपण माने समस्ते देखिथिबे किछि दिन तले माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महिला मानक पई 10 लाख टंका पर्यंत सुध छाड़ कले सेमानक भितरे किभली भाबरे सेमाने से पैसा को नै कि किछि रोजगार करिबा पई किछि व्यवस्था करि परिबे सेमानकर आर्थिक स्वच्छलता हेइ परिबो या ऊपर मध्य गुरुत्व देई माननीय मुख्यमंत्री याकू 10 लाख पर्यंत टंकार ऋण छाड़ कले एवं सबुठारु बड़ कथा होउची आमे वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर किभली सृष्टि करिबा आमे ता उपरे गुरुत्व दउछे एसएचजी ग्रुप मानकू किभली सेमाने स्वावलंबी हेबे आत्मनिर्भर हेबे ता उपरे गुरुत्व दउछे एबे सरकार सबुठारु बड़ पदक्षेप नैचंती सुदक्षा योजना माध्यम रे वैषयिक शिक्षा रे किभली भाबरे महिला माने जोड़ी हेबे महिला माने अधिक रु अधिक पढ़िबे ता उपरे सरकार सबुठारु बड़ योजना करिसंती सुदक्षा योजना माध्यम रे छात्री मानू विशेषकर मागणा रे पाठ पढ़ा जाउची से मानू हॉस्टेल रक्षणाबेक्षणा कतुर आरंभ करी पाठ पढ़ाइबा पई तांकू मागणा रे व्यवस्था करा जाउची एहा द्वारा कोन होबो जदि जने छात्री आईटीआई बा डिप्लोमा क्षेत्र रे से पाठ पढ़िबे तांको भितरे उद्योगितार विकास होबो किभली भाबरे से एंटरप्रेन्योर हेबे ता सहित वैषयिक शिक्षा पढ़िले से निजे भी चिंता करि परिबे जे आमे आगामी दिन रे कोन व्यवसाय करि परिबु जोटी आर्थिक अनग्रसरतार तले जो छात्री माने रहि जाउचंती सेमानकु मागणा रे वैषयिक शिक्षा आईटीआई एवं पॉलिटेक्निक रे दवा पई व्यवस्था करा जाइछि एवं ता सहित टाटा स्ट्राइप सहित सहभागितारे आमे नानो यूनिकॉर्न योजना मध्ये शुभारंभ करिछु एई नानो यूनिकॉर्न माध्यम रे टाटा स्ट्राइप तांकू ट्रेनिंग दउची किभली भाबरे सेमाने एंटरप्रेन्योर हेबे एवं तांकू मध्य आम सरकार को तरफ आर्थिक सहयोग मिलुची जे बेसी नियुक्ति पछरे नधाई निजे किभली भाबरे एंटरप्रेन्योर हेबे ता पई मध्य व्यवस्था मध्य आमे करूचु किभली भाबरे अधिक रु अधिक एंटरप्रेन्योर हेबे पाखापाखी 1200 एंटरप्रेन्योर सृष्टि करिबा पई मध्य एई योजना माध्यम रे आमे लक्ष्य रखिछु एवं भुवनेश्वर रे यूनिटी मॉल निर्माण करा जाउची खंडगिरी ठारे यूनिटी मॉल निर्माण करा जाउची एठी गोटिए जिला गोटिए उत्पाद एई पदक्षेप को नेकी एठी यूनिटी मॉल निर्माण करा जाउची हमर विभिन्न जिल्ला रे हमर जहा प्रोडक्ट अछि जेमती हमर पिपिली रे पुरीर पिपिली रे चांदुआ अछि कटकर तारकसी हो एमती 30 टी जिल्ला रे विभिन्न जिल्ला रे जहा जहा हमर प्रोडक्ट अछि सेठी शो होबो महिला माने ताकू उत्पादन करिवे एठी किबळी भाबरे तार मार्केटिंग हबो रप्तानी हबो तार व्यवस्था करिबा पई माननीय प्रधानमंत्रींकर ये विजन प्रति राज्य रे यूनिटी मॉल करा जाउची हमर मध्य खंडगिरी ठारे भुवनेश्वर खंडगिरी ठारे यूनिटी मॉल निर्माण करा जाउची यादरे मध्य महिला एंटरप्रेन्योर माने या माध्यम रे मध्य प्रोत्साहित हेई परिबे एवं आपण माने समस्ते जानिथिबे जनवरी 28-29 तारिख रे उत्कर्ष ओडिशा मेक इन ओडिशा कनक्लेव हैला पाखापाखि 20 सेक्टर रे इन्वेस्टमेंट पाई निवेश पाई ओडिशा रे निवेशक माने मन बळीचंती पाखापाखि 16,73,000 कोटी एवं 513 प्रकल्प हबा पाई इंटेंट आम पाखक आसी से 12,88,000 कोटी टंकार 12,88,000 निजुक्ति से सृष्टि हम एटी मोर कहबार कथा ओडिशा को निवेशक माने आसिले निवेश कले माननीय मुख्यमंत्री ऊपर से माने भरोसा कले माननीय प्रधानमंत्री डबल इंजिन सरकार रे प्रधानमंत्री जो ओडिशा को स्वतंत्रता दौरान से कारण एठी ओडिशा रे निवेशक माने आसीबे निवेश करिवे किंतु एते इंडस्ट्री जेतेबेले हबो यार डाउनस्ट्रीम एंसिलरी इंडस्ट्री मध्य ओडिशा रे हबा दरकार से जो संभावना अच्छी ताकू किभली भाव में आमर ओडिया लोक पूरा करिवे विशेषकरी महिला मानकर मध्य सेथिरे सहभागिता हबार आवश्यक अच्छी तेणु समस्तंकर सहयोग मध्य सेथिरे आवश्यक अच्छी एबे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री मार्गदर्शन रे आमे आईओसीएल रे आईओसीएल ओडिशा रे नाफ्था काकर प्लांट करिवो नाफ्था काकर प्लांट हेले गोटे पेट्रोकेमिकल हब ओडिशा हबाकू जाउछि जेतेबेले नाफ्था काकर प्लांट हबो पेट्रोकेमिकल सेक्टर रे बहुत गुडे डाउनस्ट्रीम इंडस्ट्री ओडिशा रे आसीबो एवं पीएक्स पीटीए प्लांट पारादीप रे आउ वर्षे भितर सी इनागुरेसन हम सी हेले तार जो बाय प्रोडक्ट आसीबो सेतिरु मध्य सूता तैयारी हम सूता तैयारी हेले एठी कपड़ा फैक्ट्री भी ओडिशा रे जेमती सूरत रे अछि ओडिशा रे भी मध्य सेमती आमे करि परिबा तेणु ये सबू को आखि आगे रखी जो संभावना आगु को अछि ताकू लक्ष्य रखी सरकार आहुरी मध्य एमएसएमई पार्क मध्य अधिका करुचंती हमर एसीएसआ पूर्वरु कहउतिले स्वतंत्र महिला सेल इपिकल रे करा जाउची सबु जिल्ला रे मध्य करा जिवो एवं स्वतंत्र एमएसएमई पार्क करिबा पई मध्य माननीय मुख्यमंत्री निर्देश दे सारिचंती एवं महिलांको पई मध्य जिला स्तर रे अधिका 10% आमे सब्सिडी मध्य दौचु महिला माने उद्योगी होबा पई महिला माने आगु को आसीबा पई किंतु आमुको आहुरी अवेयरनेस करबा पड़िबो आज एठी हमें भुवनेश्वर रे आज करूचे याकू आहुरी डिसेंट्रलाइज करबा पड़िबो प्रति जिला स्तर रे करिया पड़िबो जिल्ला रे जोड़ीबा पड़िबो महिला उद्योगी मानकू आहुरी तैयारी करबा पड़िबो ताहाले जाई जो समृद्ध ओडिशार लक्ष्य माननीय मुख्यमंत्री देखुचंती ताहाले आम समस्तंकर सेतिरे सहयोग भागीदारी रहिले जाई यह संभव हबो सरकार सबु प्रकार व्यवस्था करूचंती सीएम श्रीम योजना रे सुध फेरस्त करबा पई व्यवस्था करूचंती एसजीएसटी रीइंबर्समेंट करूचंती कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट रे सब्सिडी दउचंती विभिन्न प्रकार प्रोत्साहन दउचंती सरकार किबळी भाबरे ओडिया युवक युवती माने एंटरप्रेन्योर हेबे ओडिया महिला माने एंटरप्रेन्योर हेबे सरकार विभिन्न प्रकार व्यवस्था करूचंती किंतु ता परे भी हमको आहुरी अवेयरनेस करिवार अछि आमे नियुक्ति पछरे नगोडई किबळी आहुरी अधिक एंटरप्रेन्योर क्रिएट करि परिबा आज भी मध्य हमको तळ स्तर रे आकु काम करिवार अछि तेणु सेति पई समस्तंकर सहयोग रो आवश्यकता अछि ओडिशा एबे आज आमे एठी महिला एंटरप्रेन्योर मानकर कर्मशाला होउची बा मीटिंग होउची आमे एकत्रित हेइचे सेमती आज आम यदि देखा आम भारत वर्षर राष्ट्रपति जड़े महिला ओडिशा विधानसभार बाचस्पति जड़े महिला एवं ओडिशार उपमुख्यमंत्री मध्य जड़े महिला ये हूँ बदलुवा ओडिशार चित्र महिला मानू आगक नवापाई मध्य आम सरकार मध्य प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध तेणु आज स्टार्टअप जदि देखा स्टार्टअप मध्य 45% स्टार्टअप रे जड़े जड़े महिला निर्देशिका अच्छा स्टार्टअप इंडिया रे सही रेशियो रे आमे जदि ओडिशा रे देखा 36% महिला निर्देशिका होचंती स्टार्टअप रे तेणु धीरे धीरे आम ओडिशा बदलुची एवं आमको आहुरी को अवेयरनेस करिया पड़िबो सचेतन करिबा पड़िबो ताहाले जाई आमे आहुरी सफल हेई परिबा माननीय मुख्यमंत्रींकर जो पॉजिटिवनेस अच्छी आपन जो कथा कहिबे से ता ऊपर तुरंत तर्जमा करी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री सांगे सांगे डिसीजन नेबे आमे ये जो समय अच्छी ये समय है प्रकृत समय आमको आगू जीवा पई माननीय मुख्यमंत्री मार्गदर्शन रे आमे माने समस्ते चाहिए निश्चित भाव में आगू को बढ़ी पारिबा एबे गोटे सुजोग अच्छी आम पाखे एबे गोटे सुजोग अच्छी ये सुजोग को लेकिन आम आगू बढ़ी पारिबा आज माननीय मुख्यमंत्री कृषक भाई भौणी मानक पई आज सीएम किसान योजना रे द्वितीय किस्ती देले जदि आपण माने के भाषण शुणी थे ताले जानिथिबे मुख्यमंत्री गोटे कथा कहले जे आम सरकार आसिला आमे तो गोटे बड़ परिवर्तन कर देइनु सेही आय को नहीं एबे आमे आगु को बढ़ीचु जदि सेही आय रे आमे कृषक मानक पई 800 टंका देई पारिलु ताहले पूर्व सरकार काहेकि देई पारु नथिला ये होची इच्छा शक्ति ये होची काम करिवार जिद जे ओडिशा आगु को जीव सबु वर्गर लोकंकर विकास हबो ये होची माननीय मुख्यमंत्रींकर प्रतिबद्धता एवं आपण माने केही कहि नथिले महिला मानक पई स्वतंत्र पार्क करिया पई माननीय मुख्यमंत्री निर्देश देले एक कथा भी घोषणा कले जे महिला मानक पई स्वतंत्र पार्क हबो महिला माने व्यवसाय करिवे महिला माने उद्योग हेबे तांकु प्रोत्साहित करिवा पई महिला मानक पई स्वतंत्र पार्क मध्य करागला तेणु जहाँ आवश्यक अछि आमे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री मार्गदर्शन रे आमे माने चाहिए समस्त मिसी आगु को बढ़ी पारिबा एवं जो संभावना ओडिशा रे अछि से पेट्रोकेमिकल सेक्टर रे हो मेटाल सेक्टर रे हो टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर रे हो आमे समस्ते सहयोग सहभागिता आम समस्त रहिले आमे आगु को बढ़ी पारिबा एवं आज इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स जो आयोजन करिछि निश्चित भाव में मुझे साधुवाद जनाऊँगी मु भी आगुरु आमर राजीव बाबू कही आमे डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज नहले आम ओडिशा को चारिटा पार्ट रे आमे डिवाइड करी सबू जगार जाई आमे एमती करिबा जो जो बड़ इंडस्ट्री अच्छी ताकू मैपिंग करी कौन डाउनस्ट्रीम आंसिलरी इंडस्ट्री हो पारिबो आमे जदि से स्तर को जाई परिबा ताहले एमएसएमई सेक्टर रो वृद्धि हो पारिबो महिला एंटरप्रेन्योर बढ़ी पारिबे एवं ओडिशा मध्य आगु को बढ़ी पारिबो एमएसएमई सेक्टर खाली न ओडिशार आर्थिक अभिवृद्धि रे मध्य एमएसएमई सेक्टर मध्य सहायक हो पारिबो तेणु आपण मानकर जो सहयोग रही ये सहयोग आहुरी मध्य रहू आमे सरकार एवं आपण मानक द्वारा आमे मिसी याकू आगु को बढ़िबा एवं निश्चित भाव में चेष्टा करिबा आम ओडिशा रे किभली भाव में महिला एंटरप्रेन्योर माने हेबे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री हाथ मुठा को टाण करिबा पई समृद्ध ओडिशा करिबा पई माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जो स्वप्न देखिचंती आमे माने समस्त मिसी तांको हाथ मुठा को टाण करिबा एवं 2036 सुधा समृद्ध ओडिशा गठन करिबारे आम समस्तंकर सहयोग रहिबो सहायक रहिबो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद वंदे उत्कल जननी
मंत्री महोदय को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दे एबे समय हेछि तांका अभिभाषण पई तांको इनवाइट करिया को आ से केही नुहे आम समस्तंकर अति प्रिय बहुत लोकप्रिय माननीय मुख्यमंत्री ओडिशा श्री मोहन चरण माझी अनुरोध करिवे समस्त गोटे जोरदार करताल सह तांको स्वागत करिवे तांकर अभिभाषण पई
जय जगन्नाथ आज आम समस्त गोटे ये पवित्र दिन आउ शुभ दिन पवित्र अक्षय तृतीया ये अवसर रे आज ये जो इंडियन चैम्बर्स ऑफ कॉमर्स द्वारा आयोजित इनवेक वुमेन बिजनेस मेलार जो उद्घाटनी उत्सव आज आयोजन करा जाइछे। ये अवसर रे आज ये कार्यक्रम रे उपस्थित हुआ माननीय मंत्री शिल्प दक्षता विकास एवं वैषयिक शिक्षा श्रीयुक्त संपद चंद्र स्वाई महोदय शिल्प विभाग अतिरिक्त मुख्य शासन सचिव श्री हेमंत शर्मा निर्देशक MSME श्रीयुक्त PK गुप्ता डायरेक्टर जनरल ICC डॉक्टर राजीव सिंह ICC ओडिशा चैप्टर चेयरमैन राजीव साहू सीनियर वाइस चेयरमैन ICC ओडिशा स्टेट काउंसिल इनवेक कन्वेनर प्रीति पल्लवी पट्टनायक आमर ICC ओडिशा स्टेट काउंसिल श्रीयुक्त धर्मादित्य पट्टनायक महाशय एवं इनवेक को-कन्वेनर स्वाति केजरीवाल को-कन्वेनर सुमा देवी दास आंचलिक निर्देशक ज्योति प्रकाश पाल राज्य बाहर आसीथिबा महिला उद्योगी माने आईसीसी रो कर्मकर्ता आयोजक मंडली यही कार्यक्रम रे जोग देइथबा विशिष्ट व्यक्तिगण गणमाध्यम समस्त प्रतिनिधि एवं मोर प्रिय भाई और भौणी माने आपण मानकु मोर शुभेच्छा और अभिनंदन। आज इनवेक वोमेन बिजनेस मेलार ये उद्घाटनी उत्सव अवसर रे आज ये शुभ दिन रे पवित्र दिन रे आपण मानकर गहन रे उपस्थित होई मु खूब आनंदित। महिला मानकु स्वावलंबी और सशक्त करिया पई निर्दिष्ट यह कार्यक्रम स्वतंत्र भाव रे जो भौणी माने नेतृत्व नौछंती एवं ये कार्यक्रम रे मते भी समाने जोड़ी छंती सेथिपाई निश्चित भाव रे भौणी मान को मु धन्यवाद दउछि। ये मंच महिला मानकर अदम्य आत्मविश्वास एवं सृजनशीलता सहित समान को उद्योगी हेबारे एवं उद्योग प्रतिष्ठा दिगरे निश्चित भाव रे उत्साहित करुछि। महिला माने केवल आम परिवार सेमाने मेरुदंड नुहंती बरं आम राज्यर अर्थनैतिक विकास रे इक्वाल पार्टनर आ सेथिपाई आज एभली एक मंच जहाँ आवश्यकता थिला एवं केवल यह आम ये ओडिशा पाई नुह सर्वभारतीय स्तर रे मध्य महिला मानकु बहुत आगक नेबा पाई ये प्लाटफर्म आमर आवश्यकता थिला जहाँकि आज आमर जो उद्योक्ता भौणी मानकर द्वारा यह आज गोटाए बहुत बड़ सफलता आड़कू जाउछि। एठारे उपस्थित थिबा समस्त महिला उद्योगी मानकु मु अभिनंदन जनाउछि। एही मेलारे जो स्टॉल मान लगी 250 रु अधिक एथिरे प्रदर्शित होता प्रत्येक प्रोडक्ट प्रत्येक स्टॉल निश्चित भाव रे आगामी दिन रे व्यवसाय करिबारे एवं आर्थिक क्षेत्र रे एक ओडिशा क्षेत्र रे विशेष करके प्रभाव निश्चित भाव रे पकेइबो एवं प्रतिभा और सफलतार आगामी दिन रे निश्चित भाव रे मध्य ये प्रमाण देव। एठी मंचासन थिबा हमर मंत्री महाशय शिल्प विभागर आपणमानकर पाखरे आम ओडिशा सरकारंकर आभिमुख्य एवं आगामी दिनर आमर जो लक्ष्य अच्छी मिशन अच्छी एवं सेथिरे मध्य महिला मानकर भूमिका जो उत्कर्ष ओडिशा मेक इन ओडिशा कनक्लेव 2025 पाई जो आम कार्यक्रम सबू रखुचु ताहा उपरे महिला मानकर भूमिका बाबद रे मध्य निश्चित भाव रे अनेक कथा कहिसंती। आमर एसीएस हेमंत शर्मा मध्य कौन कार्यक्रम निया जाउछि आ सेथिपाई आम सरकार कर आभिमुख्य बाबद रे मध्य कहिसंती। तेणु मु से बाबद रे डिटेल कहबा पई आउ अधिक समय देबी नाही केवल एतिकी आज आपण मान को धन्यवाद देबी जाजी ये जो आपण माने गोटे बहुत बड़ कार्यक्रम नहीं छंती एवं आपण मानकर सांगरे आज ये कार्यक्रम को सफल करया पई आपण मानकर मिशन को सफल करया पई जो इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स आईसीसी रो जो कर्मकर्ता एवं तांकर नेतृवृंद एठी अछंती और समाने जेभली भाव में आपण मान को सहयोग करिसंती समाने निजे नेतृत्व नहीं एवं पूरा टीम समाने एठी उपस्थित अछंती मो निश्चित भाव में धन्यवाद देबी एवं समान को मध्य प्रशंसा करी আজি ଏହା ଏକ କେବଳ ସାଧାରଣ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ନୁହଁ, ଇଏ ହେଉଛି ନାରୀ ଶକ୍ତିର ମହୋତ୍ସବ ଏବଂ ଏଭଳି ଏକ ମଞ୍ଚରେ ମହିଳାମାନଙ୍କର ସଶକ୍ତିକରଣ ପାଇଁ ଆପଣମାନେ ଯେଉଁ ଦୂରଦୃଷ୍ଟିର ପ୍ରଦର୍ଶନ କରି ଆଗାମୀ ଦିନରେ ଆମ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଏବଂ ବିଶେଷ କରିକି ମହିଳାମାନଙ୍କ କ୍ଷେତ୍ରରେ ଯେଉଁ ଭୂମିକା ନେବା ପାଇଁ ଯାଉଛନ୍ତି ତାହା ଧନ୍ୟବାଦର ପାତ୍ର ହେବେ। ମହିଳା ସଶକ୍ତିକରଣ କେବଳ ଏକ ସ୍ଲୋଗାନ ନୁହେଁ, ଏହା ଏକ ଆନ୍ଦୋଳନ, ଏକ ସଂକଳ୍ପ। ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ପ୍ରତ୍ୟେକଟି ମହିଳା ନିଜ ନିଜ ସ୍ୱପ୍ନ ଦେଖି ତାକୁ ସାକାର କରିବା ଏବଂ ଆତ୍ମବିଶ୍ୱାସର ସହ ନେତୃତ୍ୱ ପାଇଁ ଆଗେଇ ଆସିବା। ଆଉ ଆଜି ନିଜେ ନିଜ ଗୋଡ଼ରେ ଛିଡ଼ା ହୋଇ ଆଗକୁ ଯିବା, ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ଅଦମ୍ୟ ସାହସ ପ୍ରଦର୍ଶନ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଆପଣମାନେ, ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଆମ ସମାଜକୁ ସମୃଦ୍ଧ କରିବା ସହିତ ଅର୍ଥନୈତିକ କ୍ଷେତ୍ରରେ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କର ଭୂମିକା ଆଗାମୀ ଦିନରେ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଯେଉଁ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ତାର ପ୍ରଗତି ପଥରେ ଯେଉଁ ଆଗକୁ ଯିବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହୁଁଛି ଏବଂ ଅର୍ଥନୈତିକ ଦୃଷ୍ଟିକୋଣରୁ ଆମର ଯେଉଁ ଭିଜନ୍ ଅଛି 2036-2047 ମସିହା ପାଇଁ, ଯାହା ଏଠି ଆମର ରାଜୀବ ସାହୁ ମହାଶୟ କହୁଥିଲେ 2036ରେ ଆମର ଲକ୍ଷ୍ୟକୁ ସେ କହିଛନ୍ତି 500 ବିଲିୟନ ଆମେରିକାନ ଡଲାରର ଅର୍ଥନୈତିକ ସ୍ତରକୁ ଆମେ ନେଇକରି ପହଞ୍ଚେଇବୁ ଏବଂ 2047 ସୁଦ୍ଧା ଆମେ ଆମର ଯେଉଁ ଭିଜନ୍ ଅଛି 1.5 ଟ୍ରିଲିୟନ ଆମେରିକାନ ଡଲାରରେ ପରିଣତ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଯେଉଁ ଗୋଟେ ଅଦମ୍ୟ ସାହସ ଆମେ ରଖିଛୁ, ଭିଜନ୍ ଆମେ ରଖିଛୁ, ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଆମକୁ ଦିନ ରାତି ଏକ କରିକରି ଆଜି ପରିଶ୍ରମ କରି ଆମର ଭିତ୍ତିଭୂମି କେମିତି ଆଗକୁ ସୁଦୃଢ଼ ହେବ, ସେବା କ୍ଷେତ୍ରରେ କେମିତି ଆମେ ପାରଙ୍ଗମତା ଦେଖାଇ ପାରିବୁ ଏବଂ ଶିଳ୍ପ କ୍ଷେତ୍ରରେ ଆମେ କେମିତି ଏକ ବିଶ୍ୱସ୍ତରୀୟ ମାନଚିତ୍ରରେ ସ୍ୱତନ୍ତ୍ରତା ରଖିପାରିବୁ। ଏ ପ୍ରକାରର ନୂଆ ସରକାର ଆସିଲା ପରେ ମାତ୍ର 10 ମାସ ଭିତରେ ଯେଉଁ ପ୍ରକାରର ଆମେ ଆଜି ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କର ଆଶୀର୍ବାଦରେ ସହଯୋଗରେ ମହାପ୍ରଭୁ ଜଗନ୍ନାଥଙ୍କର ଆଶୀର୍ବାଦରେ ଆଜି ଆମେ ଯେଉଁ ସାହସ ଦେଖାଇ ଆଗେଇ ଚାଲିଛୁ, ବାସ୍ତବିକ ସେଥିରେ ବଡ଼ କଥା ହେଉଛି ଇଚ୍ଛା ଶକ୍ତି। ଏ ଇଚ୍ଛା ଶକ୍ତି ଆଜି ଆମକୁ ଆଗକୁ ନେବା ପାଇଁ ଯେଉଁଭଳି ଭାବରେ ଆଜି ଆମର କାମ ଠିକ୍ ରାସ୍ତାରେ ଆଗେଇ ଚାଲିଛି, ଆଉ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କର ଯେଉଁ ଆଜି ମହିଳା କ୍ଷେତ୍ରରେ ଯେଉଁ ଭୂମିକା ନେବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି, ଉତ୍କର୍ଷ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଯେଭଳି ଭାବରେ ଆଜି ଆମେ ଯେଉଁ ଯୋଜନା କରିଥିଲୁ, ଯେମିତି ହେମନ୍ତ ଶର୍ମା ଆମର ACS କହୁଥିଲେ ଯେ 25ଟି ଷ୍ଟଲ୍ ସେ ଦେଲେ ବୋଲି ଆପଣମାନେ ସେଥିରେ କହୁଥିଲେ 25ଟି ଷ୍ଟଲ୍ କାହିଁକି ଆପଣ ଦେଉଛନ୍ତି, ଅଧିକ କାହିଁକି ନୁହଁ। ତାହେଲେ ସେ କହିଲେ 25ଟି ତ ଆଗେ କମ୍ ସେ କମ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ, ତାପରେ ଯାହା ଡିମାଣ୍ଡ କରିବେ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ ଦିଆଯିବ। ଆଉ ତାଙ୍କ ଚ୍ୟାଲେଞ୍ଜକୁ ଆପଣମାନେ ନେଲେ, ଆଉ ଆଜି ସ୍ୱତନ୍ତ୍ର ଭାବରେ ଏଇଠି ଭୁବନେଶ୍ୱରରେ ଆପଣମାନେ ଆଜି 250ରୁ ଅଧିକ ଆପଣମାନେ କରିକିରି ଆଜି ଗୋଟେ ଉଦ୍ୟମ ସାହସ କରି ଆଜି ପ୍ରମାଣିତ କଲେ। କାଲି ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ ଆଗାମୀ ଦିନ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମରେ 25ଟି ଷ୍ଟଲ୍ର ଯତ କଥା ଆସିବ, ସେ ସେତେବେଳେ ଆଜିର এই ବୈଠକକୁ ମନେ ପକାଇବେ ଯେ ଆଉ 25 ଦେଇକରି ତାଙ୍କୁ ଆଉ ସନ୍ତୁଷ୍ଟ କରିହେବ ନାହିଁ, ତା ପାଇଁ ସ୍ୱତନ୍ତ୍ର ଚିନ୍ତା କରିବେ ହେମନ୍ତ ଶର୍ମା। ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଦସ୍ତର ଭାବିବେ ବା ନାହିଁ, ସେ ଏବେରୁ ଭାବି ସାରିଲେଣି କ'ଣ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ପଡ଼ିବ। ଆଉ ଆମେମାନେ ମଧ୍ୟ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଏ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମକୁ ଆଗକୁ ନେବା ପାଇଁ ଯେଉଁଦିନ ଆମେ ଉତ୍କର୍ଷ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ସାରା ବିଶ୍ୱରୁ ଆସିଥିବା କିଛି ଏବଂ ଭାରତବର୍ଷରୁ ଆସିଥିବା ଆଉ ଆମ ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ଯେଉଁ ଉଦ୍ୟୋଗୀମାନେ ଆସିଥିଲେ, ଯେଉଁ ନିବେଶକାରୀମାନେ ଆସିଥିଲେ, ଆଶ୍ଚର୍ଯ୍ୟର କଥା ଏ ନିବେଶକାରୀମାନଙ୍କ ଭିତରେ महिलांकर संख्या कम नथिला जो आधार में 25टी स्टल दौले आमर हेमंत शर्मा महाशय जिते बड़े तांकर जो सेशन चली ये सेशन भितर गोटे महिला उद्योगी मानकर गोटे स्वतंत्र सेशन थिला आउ से सेशन रो चेयर करुथिले मुख्यमंत्री निजे मत ही दायित्व दि जाइतिला जे आपण महिला मानकर से चेयर जो सेशन थिला सेतिरे चेयर करंतु आ जो माने आसिके आम सामने छिड़ा माने गोल टेबल बैठक रे बसिले नेतृत्व नेले जागा नथिला सेठी बसिया पई इति समय धरिक आलोचना हैला एवं सेमानंकर जो मत रखिले सेमानंकर जो स्टेटमेंट देले अति आश्चर्य भाव हाथ टेकुले 10 जन कहवा जगार 25 जन कहले आ सेमाने कौन करुँच कौन करने जाऊले तांकर कौन इच्छा थिला कौन हेले साधारणतः भाव अनेक से जो माने झील थिले बहु हैला परे आज से नेतृत्व नौछंती एवं सेमानकु से अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलिला बहु हैला परे झील हैला परे जो स्वप्न देखिबा आ परवर्ती पर्याय रे बहु हैला परे जो अपॉर्चुनिटीटा आसे से परिवार जदि सहयोग मिले आ सेईटा मिलिला परे तांकर अनुभूति से माने कहूतिले बखाड़ुतिले से माने आश्चर्य लागिला वास्तविक आपण माने जो साहस आज देखौचंती आउ सेथि पई निश्चित भाव रे आमे प्रत्येकटी क्षेत्र रे ये कार्यक्रम करिबा पई सरकार जहाँ निष्पत्ति नहीं ता भितरे उत्कर्ष ओडिशार एक पार्ट हिसाब से आपण मैंने आज आमको सहयोग करने आगे आउछंती जो थिरे कि आमर जो लक्ष्य अच्छी 2036 रे ओडिशा केमिति हबो आमे जो स्वप्न देखुचु से आम मानकर स्वप्न को सरकार स्वप्न को आपण माने भी स्वप्न देखिकी जोड़े जे 2036 रे ओडिशा केमिति हेतिबा दरकार कहीं 2036 रे ओडिशार स्वप्न देखिबा ना स्वतंत्र उत्कल प्रदेश गठनर ओडिशा प्रदेश गठनर 100 वर्ष जो पूरण हम 100 वर्ष पूर्ति समय रे ओडिशार कौ स्थिति रे ओडिशा थिबो आमर स्वप्न कौन रहा कथा आज आमे जो गोटे लक्ष्य रखीचु मिशन रखीचु से आधार रे आगामी 11 वर्ष अच्छी ये 11 वर्ष कालखंड भितर आमर भूमिका आम सरकार रो भूमिका आउ आम डबल इंजिन सरकार रो जो नेतृत्व रे आमे जाऊछु कौ स्तर रे आमे पहुँचाई पारिबा ता पई आज आमर विजन 2036 एवं 2047 रे स्वतंत्रता आमे देइछु एतिरे अनेक निवेशकारी बुद्धिजीवी समाजसेवी अधिवक्ता विभिन्न संगठन रु साधारण लोक आरंभ करी प्राय 3.5 लाख रु अधिक मतामत आसी ताकू नहीं विजन 2036 एवं 2047 करा जाउची मु आशा करी एभली गोटे सुजोग ओडिशा को आसी परिवर्तन भितर आमको आउ पछको हटिबार नहीं आगको जीवार अच्छी नुआ ओडिशा नहीं समृद्ध ओडिशा नहीं एवं विकसित ओडिशा नहीं आउ आमे मोदीजींकर जो स्वप्न अच्छी संकल्प अच्छी 2047 रे विकसित भारत रे ओडिशा ग्रोथ इंजिन हिसाब रे काम करिवो आउ सेथिपाई आम मानकर जो भूमिका रहिबो सेथिरे जो आज महिला उद्योगी माने आउ आपण मानक नेतृत्व रे जो काम करूछंती तार निश्चित भाव रे तार रिजल्ट हमको देखिया पाई आज ठारू आरंभ हो गला ये कथा मु स्वीकार करिया पाई आज मते मध्य पड़ुछि सुभद्रा योजना आपण माने ए बाबद रे जानि छंती एठी मध्य हमर मंत्री महाशय उपस्थापना करले मु ताकू कहिया पाई चाहू नाही किंतु गोटे कथा होउछि जे आम सरकार कथारे नुहे कामरे विश्वास करती आउ कथा देई कथा रखिले मोहन सरकार ये कथा आज चर्चा हो जो कथा गत सरकार कले नहीं इच्छा शक्तिर अभाव रे जमिति चाषींकर पई बोनस 100 टंका देवे कही दे पारले नहीं आमे 800 टंका इनपुट सहायता देवु कहलु 100 टंका दे पारले नहीं आम तत्क्षणात 800 टंका दे पारिलु गोटे ही अभाव थिला इच्छा शक्तिर अभाव ठीक से ही बड़ी भाव में महिला मानकर पाई जो सुभद्रा योजना रे आज आम प्रमाणित करी देखैलु 10 मास भितरे जे आम सुभद्रा माँ और भौणी माने भारत वर्षर जेते महिला अछंती विभिन्न राज्य रे समस्त ठारू आम सुभद्रा माँ भौणी माने केबे भी पछरे नुहंती आउ सेमाने सब बड़े आगरे रहिबा पई चाहंती खाली चाहंती नहीं करिकरी देखांती जो थिरे कि आज 17 लक्ष सुभद्रा माँ भौणी माने लक्षपति दीदी हेकरी भारत वर्ष रे नंबर 1 हेकरी देखै देले जे आमे सबुठारु आगरे रहिबा चाहूँ आ करिकी देखैछु ये कथा आज स्वप्न को साकार करा जाई पारिछि आ ताहार बड़ भूमिका नहींछि सुभद्रा योजना जो 10,000 टंका आमे देलु दुईटी किस्ती रे ताहा सेमाने बेपार आ वाणिज्य रे निजे जो मिशन नहीं करी तांको अर्थ दिया जाइछि आमे तो भावुलु ये पैसा आमे छाड़ीदेलु बजार माने लोक मानकर माँ भौणी मान पाखक कौन करेंगे कौन हम बड़ चैलेंज थिला किंतु 90% रु अधिक सुभद्रा माँ भौणी माने निजर लक्ष्य पथरे ताकू इन्वेस्टमेंट करले एवं एते शीघ्र बढ़ीगला जे मात्र किछि दिन भितरे लक्षपति हेबार 17 लक्ष 5 लक्ष मात्र थिला 17 लक्ष माँ भौणी माने लक्षपति दीदी हो गले आउ आज महिला मानकर भूमिका आज निश्चित भाव में जो आज आम देखुंट ता जेभली भाव में आज जो स्पीड रे आज बढ़ुची से आगामी दिन में मुझे भावुची महिला माने ही आगामी दिन में ये ओडिशा को आमर समृद्ध ओडिशा करिबारे विकसित ओडिशा करिबारे लीड नेबे आ ओडिशा भारत वर्षर श्रेष्ठ राज्य मान भितर स्थानित हेबो आउ सेइथि पई जो सुजोग अछि जो कार्यक्रम आमे करूछु जेभली भाव में उत्कर्ष ओडिशा आमे आज करिया पई जाउछु आ ताहा आज वर्तमान ग्राउंडिंग हेबारे प्रक्रियाकरण भितर अछि 22 लाख कोटी टंकार प्रपोजाल आसिला 17 लाख कोटी टंकार प्रपोजाल को आमे ग्रहण करलु मोदी जी उपस्थिति रे 13 लाख कोटी टंकार MOU साइन है 145 प्रोजेक्ट रहा 16 सेक्टर रे है आगरू केवल शिल्प माने स्टील इस्पात कारखाना किंतु एबे प्रतिटी सेक्टर को 16 सेक्टर एग्रो इंडस्ट्रीज कहतु IT सेक्टर कहतु सेमी कंडक्टर कथा कहवा टेक्सटाइल कहवा अपारेल कथा कहवा पोर्ट बेस केमिकल्स पेट्रोकेमिकल्स एवं आपणकर जिते प्रकार शिल्प विभागर MSME विभागर क्या भी आम छाड़ी ना आ सौभाग्यर कथा डबल इंजिन सरकार आसिला परे निजे मोदी जी ग्यारंटर होकरी उद्योगपति मानकर पाखरे छिड़ा हेले आज ग्राउंडिंग हेबारे आरंभ हो गोटे दिन में आम 14टी प्रोजेक्ट को आम तार ले ऑफ स्टोन देलु शिलान्यास करलु गोटे प्रोजेक्ट आम तार श्री गणेश करलु शुभ उद्घाटन करलु आगामी दिन में विराट लक्ष्य नहीं कि जिते बड़े आम जाऊँ दिल्ली रे IOCL तरफ केंद्र सरकार PSU तरफ 61,000 कोटी एवं से दिन लक्षे कोटी टंकार जो MOU साइन है से दिन पाखापाखि आम सहित जोगाजोग कले डाउनस्ट्रीम इंडस्ट्री करिबारे जो केमिकल्स पेट्रोकेमिकल्स जो हेबापी जाऊँगी जो MOU साइन कलु पारादीप रे हेबो से 500 डाउनस्ट्रीम एवं आंसिलरी इंडस्ट्री करने उद्योगपति माने आम सहित जोगाजोग करी आगामी दिन में कार्यक्रम करने आसिले भारत वर्षर सबुठारु बड़ सेंटर होगापी जाऊँगी पारादीप आउ आमे ताहार आज कार्यक्रम करुछु ये सौभाग्य को आमको आगामी दिन में निश्चित भाव में करने पड़ो गत फेब्रुआरी मासरे जो सुभद्रा शक्ति मेला है ये बाबद में विभिन्न कार्यक्रम सहित 700 SHG ग्रुप रो प्रतिनिधित्व थिला 300 स्टॉल लगी थिला महिला मानकर केवल सुभद्रा शक्ति मेला रो जो उद्देश्य नहीं करी आमे काम करलु एवं SHG रो सदस्य माने जो माने काम करले ସେଥିରେ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ପ୍ରକାରର କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ପ୍ରକାରର ପ୍ରୋଜେକ୍ଟକୁ ସେମାନେ କଲେ ମିଲେଟ୍ ହଉ ଜୈବିକ ଖାଦ୍ୟରୁ आरंभ करिकरी टेराकोटा बाउंस शिल्पटू आरंभ करिकरी जेते प्रकारर कार्यक्रम आम सामने देखले वास्तविक से बहुत बड़ गोटे सफलता आमको से ही जना पड़ी आज जिते बड़े आपण मैंने ये कार्यक्रम करें आमर कौन सी दिमत आउ रहा ना जे आम भितर सन्देह रे महिला माने कौन करेंगे आज घर आपण मैंने जेभली भाव में बाहरी आसचंती आउ निजे अर्थनैतिक क्षेत्र में निज परिवार सहित ये समाजर नेतृत्व आपण मान लीडरशिप रे हबो ये कथा को आज करिकरी देखैचंती आउ सेथिपाई आज आमे मध्य आम सरकार मध्य एथिरे गुरुत्वपूर्ण घोषणा गत दिन मानकर करिसंती जोथिरे कि आपनकर जे स्वतंत्र शिल्प पार्क हेबा पई जाउची ओडिशा इंडस्ट्रियल प्रमोशन एंड इन्वेस्टमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन लिमिटेड एपिकल तरफरु स्वतंत्र सेल जो करा जिबार ये कार्यक्रम आज आरंभ हो जाए एनु निश्चित भाव में मु कहिबी जे आगामी दिन में आपण मानकर पाई एवं विशेष करके ये क्षेत्र में महिला उद्योगी मानक विश्वस्तरीय प्रतियोगिता प्रस्तुत करने आम एवं प्रस्तुत हो गले जदि विश्वस्तरीय प्रतियोगिता आम जिते बड़े भाग नेबा दक्षता विकास बजार संजोग एवं आर्थिक प्रवेशर निवेश ये जो कामटी आम करने जाऊँ एवं से आम स्वतंत्र भाव में समावेशी शिल्प वृद्धिर एक ब्लूप्रिंट निर्माण करुचु एवं से 2025-26 आर्थिक वर्ष पाई जो आमर 3 लाख कोटी टंकार बजेट अच्छी ये बजेट रे आम पुंजी व्यय भित्तिभूमि एवं महिला कल्याण यह आम गुरुत्व दौचु आउ से आमर जो इनोवेशन और इंडस्ट्री क्षेत्र में एक गुरुत्वपूर्ण केन्द्र में परिणत हो पार ताकू आज आम फोकस करुचु से आम महिला मानकर जो भूमिका ताकू केमिति गुरुत्व दिया जाई पारिबो आउ सेइथिपाई देखंतु जे 2025-26 रे जो बजेट रे आम व्यवस्था करिछु एथिरे आमे जो जेंडर स्पेसिफिक आम एवं आमर सेंसिटिव कथा को नहीं करी पार्ट ए पार्ट बी को जदि आम मिसेबा तांको पाई स्वतंत्र भाव में केवल महिला मानकर पाई आमर बजेट रे व्यवस्था होईची 89,861 कोटी टंका 89,861 कोटी टंका ये छोट कथा नुह एवं 2023-24 आर्थिक वर्ष आउ जदि आम 25-26 आर्थिक वर्ष को जदि एतिक गैप देखा माने गत सरकार आम सरकार भितर जो गैप रही आम केते गुरुत्व देइछु सेथिरे 31,251 कोटी टंकार डिफरेन्स अच्छी महिला मान को आम से किभली भाव आगू को नापा आम योजना भितर रखीचु केवल मिशन शक्ति ना रे महिला सशक्तिकरण ना रे आम स्लोगानबाजी करवा आउ भोट बैंक तैयारी करवा आउ आमे केवल 5 वर्ष रे थरे निर्वाचन आसिले रिवॉल्विंग फंड माध्यम से भोट बैंक तैयारी कर निर्वाचन रे साहाय्य मिलवा डेभलप हो विकास हो महिला सशक्तिकरण छिड़ा हे यह भितर केवल गत दिन मानकर गत सरकार रे केवल से गोटे ही मिशन थिला जोथि पाई कि प्रकृत रे महिला मानकर ये काम हो पारि नथिला आ 10 मास भितर आम तो करके देखलु आज महिला मान को साहाय्य करलु से माने आम कथा को नहीं करी सेमानक सहित मिसिकी काम करलु आज भारत वर्ष रे लखपति दीदी हेबारे मोदी जी आह्वान कथा को ग्रहण करी आज नंबर 1 कहीं हेले 10 मास रही पारे 24 वर्ष रही पारे नहीं ये होउछि कथारे नुह काम रे करिके देखैबार तारिका आम सरकार रो अछि आउ आमे ताकू करिकरी कम दिन रे देखैछु निश्चित भाव में आगामी दिन में विश्वस्तरीय प्रतियोगिता आम महिला मान को छेड़ा करिवार जो उद्यम साहस आम सरकार रखुचंती ताकू करिकरी देखैबे ମୁଁ ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଆଉ ବିଶେଷ ସମୟ ଦେବି ନାହିଁ। ମୁଁ ମଧ୍ୟ ବ୍ୟସ୍ତ ଅଛି, ଅନେକ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମରେ ସହଯୋଗ ମାନେ ଯିବା ପାଇଁ ପଡ଼ିବ ମୋତେ। ମୁଁ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ ଆଜି ଏଥିପାଇଁ ଉତ୍ସାହିତ କରୁଛି ଏବଂ ଏ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ଯେଉଁ ହାତକୁ ନେଇଛନ୍ତି ମହିଳାମାନଙ୍କର ପାଇଁ ପ୍ରତିଟି କ୍ଷେତ୍ରରେ ଆମ ସରକାର ନିରନ୍ତର ଭାବରେ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ କରୁଛନ୍ତି। ଆଉ ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଆମେ ସବୁ ଦୃଷ୍ଟିକୋଣରୁ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ପ୍ରକାରର ଯୋଜନା ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ ଇଏ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ କରିକିରି ଆମେ ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ଆର୍ଥିକ ଦୃଷ୍ଟିକୋଣରୁ, ସାମାଜିକ ଦୃଷ୍ଟିକୋଣରୁ ଏବଂ ଭିତ୍ତିଭୂମି ଦୃଷ୍ଟିକୋଣରୁ ମଧ୍ୟ ସେମାନେ କେମିତି ପାରଙ୍ଗମ ହୋଇପାରିବେ, ସାମ୍ନାକୁ ଆସିବେ, ତାଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଯୋଜନା କରିବା, ସ୍ୱତନ୍ତ୍ର ବ୍ୟବସ୍ଥା କରିବା ଏବଂ କିଭଳି ଭାବରେ ଆମର ମାଆଟିଏ ମମତା ଯୋଜନାରେ ସିଏ କିଭଳି ଭାବରେ ତାହାର ମାତୃତ୍ୱ ପାଇଁ କିଭଳି ଭାବରେ ସମସ୍ତ ପ୍ରକାରର ତାକୁ ସାହାଯ୍ୟ କରାଯାଇପାରିବ, ସବୁ କଥାରେ ପ୍ରଧାନମନ୍ତ୍ରୀ ମାତୃବନ୍ଦନା ଯୋଜନା ଠାରୁ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିକିରି ମମତା ଯୋଜନାଠୁ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରି ଇଏ ମିଶନ ଶକ୍ତିରେ ଏବଂ ସେଇଭଳି ଭାବରେ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ପୃଷ୍ଟି ମିଶନ କ୍ଷେତ୍ରରେ ମୁଖ୍ୟମନ୍ତ୍ରୀ ସମ୍ପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ ପୃଷ୍ଟି ଯୋଜନା ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ ଏବଂ ସର୍ବୋପରି ମହିଳାମାନଙ୍କର ଆର୍ଥିକ ଦୃଷ୍ଟିକୋଣରୁ ସେମାନେ ସ୍ୱାବଲମ୍ବନଶୀଳ ହୋଇପାରିବେ ଏବଂ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଆଗାମୀ ଦିନରେ ଏକ ବିକଶିତ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ହୋଇପାରିବ, ଗ୍ରୋଥ୍ ଇଞ୍ଜିନ୍ ହୋଇପାରିବ। ମୋଦିଜୀଙ୍କର ସଂକଳ୍ପରେ ପୁରା କରାଇବାରେ ଗ୍ରୋଥ୍ ଇଞ୍ଜିନ୍ ହିସାବରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଓଡ଼ିଶା କାମ କରିବ ସେତେବେଳେ ମହିଳାମାନଙ୍କର ଭୂମିକା ଏକ ନମ୍ବର ହୋଇକରି ଥିବ। ଆଉ ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଓମେନ୍ ଲେଡ୍ ବିକାଶର କେନ୍ଦ୍ର ଭାବରେ ଇଏ କାମ କରିବ। ଆଉ ସେଇ ଦୃଷ୍ଟିକୋଣରୁ ମୁଁ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ ଆହ୍ୱାନ କରୁଛି ଏବଂ ସେ ଆହ୍ୱାନରେ ଆପଣମାନେ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଆଗାମୀ ଦିନରେ ଲିଡ୍ କରିବେ ଏ ଆଶା ରଖି ମୋର ବକ୍ତବ୍ୟ ଏତିକିରେ ଶେଷ କରୁଛି। ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ। ଜୟ ହିନ୍ଦ, ବନ୍ଦେ ଉତ୍କଳ ଜନନୀ।
अनेक अनेक धन्यवाद देवाक चाहिए मु माननीय मुख्यमंत्री ओडिशा श्री मोहन चरण माझी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर आपण आह्वान जहाँ भी आपण आज ये उपस्थित वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स मानक कहले से अनेक अनेक धन्यवाद। एबे अनुरोध करी इनवेक्र ऑफिशियल्स मानक आज अतिथि मानक फेलिसिटेट करेंगे प्लीज। Requesting the convener and co-conveners of Inwec to kindly felicitate all our guests quickly. I'd like to request the audience to please give them a huge round of applause. We are extremely grateful and thankful for the time that Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Honorable Minister and all other dignitaries have spared. They have found time from a very busy schedule and joined us for the motivation. So it is quick only. It's done, sir. It's done. We all got it all together so that way. With this, I'd like to request Honorable Chief Minister along with our other dignitaries, accompanied by Rajiv sir, Preeti Pallavi ma'am and our other co-conveners, to please go ahead towards the Hall A, where they would like to do the ribbon cutting and mark the formal inauguration of Inwec ICC National Women's Business Mela 2.0 and also visit a few stalls before they put an end to the time spent with us. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request all of you to please give a huge round of applause to Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Honorable Minister, Industry, Skill Development and Technical Education, and our other dignitaries who have joined us to make the inaugural session so gracious and a wonderful note to begin with. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to inform all of you that the wellness panel begins now with the topic Wellness as a Business Strategy. Especially, we are going to discuss about prioritizing health for women business leaders. And
for the panel discussion on women health, we have our co-convenor, Inwec, Suma Devi Das, who will be joining us on the stage along with the panelists, requesting all of you to please remain with us in the hall. Thank you. I'd like to request all of you to kindly take your seats. We're about to begin the wellness panel, which is about the discussion of wellness as a business strategy, where we discuss about prioritizing health for women business leaders. It is going to be moderated by Mrs. Suma Devi Das, co-convenor Inwec, and our panelists are going to be Dr. Vinita Sane, Dr. Garima Saragi, Mrs. Rashmita Mohanty, Dr. Pratichi Mishra, and Dr. Alok Srivastav. Thank you. We are going to start the wellness panel in a few minutes, requesting all of you to kindly take your seats. We have our co-convenor, Inwec, Suma Devi Das, moderating the session. So I'd like to kindly request all of you to please take your seats. Thank you.
Something about you, baby, so different.
to begin the wellness panel. Like I have already announced, it is going to be moderated by the co-convenor Inwec, Ms. Suma Devi Dash. May I kindly request her to join us on the stage. And I'd also like to invite our panelist for the session, Dr. Vinita Sane, Director, Sun Hospitals. I'd like to request her to please join us on the stage. She's a senior consultant and obstetrician and gynecologist and the director of Sun Hospital Private Limited in Kanak with more than 25 years of experience. Next, I'd like to invite our second panelist, Dr. Garima Saragi. She is the first female MCH surgical oncologist in Eastern India and currently serves as an associate professor at IMS and Sun Hospital and senior consultant at Sun Ultimate Medicare. Our third panelist is Ms. Rashmita Mohanty. She is the founder of Rethinking Wellness, a platform that integrates science, tradition, and practicality to promote holistic health. An engineer by training with a master's in public policy from New York University, she has worked with the United Nations and the Indian Parliament before transitioning into wellness advocacy. Our fourth panelist is Dr. Pratichi Mishra. She is the founder and CEO of BBM Medical Services, where she combines a clinical expertise with business process innovation to transform healthcare delivery, trained in the US and experienced in both Indian and international healthcare systems. And our last panelist is Dr. Alok Srivastav, who is the COO and DMS at Apollo Hospitals, Bhubaneswar, with an MBBS and MBA in hospital administration and a fellowship in healthcare administration. He brings deep expertise in clinical operations and hospital management. His leadership has been instrumental in elevating Apollo's standards of care, particularly in cancer treatment. And before beginning the panel, I'd like to request our co-convenor Inwec, Suma Devi Dash, to kindly felicitate our panelists. I'll request everybody in the hall to please put your hands together as we felicitate the panelist for the wellness panel. Once again, I'd like to tell you all that the topic is wellness as a business strategy, and we are going to discuss about prioritizing health for business leaders, especially the women. May I kindly request all of you to please put your hands together as we felicitate our panelist, Dr. Alok Srivastav, being felicitated now. Thank you so much. I'd now like to request our co-convenor, Suma Devi Dash, to please take the session forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lipsa. It's a pleasure to be here today and hosting the first panel discussion of the 5 days, and with a very important topic, at least a topic that's close to my heart, wellness as a strategy, because I think we've now moved ahead from health. Now we're talking about wellness. And I have a very distinguished set of panelists here. A lot of them I know, a lot of them are new faces to me, but they are very, very established in their fields, and I hope to have a really good discussion. I will first start with Dr. Vinita. You're an eminent gynecologist and you have spent decades in the field. And so let's start with what are the most common health problems you see for women entrepreneurs?
So good evening everybody. I'm honored to be here. So I will... So the most, high achieving women mostly ignore their self-care, preventive care, mental health, and very, very important is reproductive health. So they concentrate more on their work in pursuit of higher education and careers. Reproductive life takes a back seat. They ignore symptoms of chronic fatigue. Irregular menstrual symptoms are ignored. They are happy if they have delayed cycles. And in the process, once they decide to have a pregnancy which is beyond 30-35 years of age, not only do they face infertility, but lots of medical complications with increasing age. As it is, the sperm quality and the oocyte quality decreases with age, and so that becomes a major issue, and it is very traumatic for most women. And mental health also. While I was preparing to have a discussion here, I read about the invisible work which women do at home, and in a study the Indian women spend 7.2 hours doing planning, thinking and working and remembering how to manage their household. So that takes a mental toll, and if it can be valued and recognized by their partners and the family, it makes a lot of sense, but till then they need to cope with their mental health themselves.
You're absolutely right. And coming to think of it, in addition to the gynecological issues that we see coming to a rise and loss of fertility, we also see cancer, breast cancer, cervical cancer on the rise. Do you think the lifestyle of ambitious women or women entrepreneurs today, you've seen a rise? Is that a contributing factor?
So thank you, Soma. Not only the lifestyle of the ambitious woman, but as such, we all, even the rural people now, are more digitalized. The lifestyle overall that we choose as women, and the ignorance, as Dr. Vinita correctly showed, the more and more urbanization we are choosing, entrepreneurship for women, we actually have to handle it all, but we choose to ignore our own health. We do not prioritize as women more. So the ignorance towards one's own health is one cause, and definitely the urbanization. That is the root cause for very rapid increase in the incidence of cancers. Also the fact that now we are very, very revolutionized towards early diagnosis in our country, which was not there earlier. So now we are moving towards a more and more diagnostic approach as well. That's why we are able to detect those cancers earlier.
So there is a way forward, which is better than what we are seeing now. Okay, great. Rashmita, I have a next question for you. You are also into, lifestyle management, wellness as well. From your journey to, founding Rethinking Wellness, what pitfalls do you see smart women entrepreneurs fall into? Have you ever fallen into that yourself?
Thank you so much, Suma, for this very timely and important question. I think it's not all, we don't, I would say, to talk about, when we talk about women entrepreneurs, even the normal homemaker who stays at home is an entrepreneur in her own right? And so few pitfalls. My top 3 would be, skipping the morning breakfast. That is, I think that is the most critical window of wellness. When, when we are busy, we tend to skip breakfast and we think it's normal, choliba, right? The second thing that we come across is people say, tea and coffee should be fine, no real food. And I'm talking about that's a critical meal of the day, the morning breakfast, and eating a very carb heavy and low protein breakfast, because protein is a building block of the body. Your cell of the body, starting from your skin, your hair, your bones, everything require protein, to function, right? And so, skipping the morning breakfast and having a carb heavy breakfast is one thing that I see a lot of women, even the smartest of women entrepreneurs, fall into. And the second would be, all in or nothing. Mate to time honi kichi kamo kariyako. I'm sure all the women sitting here, we tend to normalize the hustle, ki this is how it happens. Sakalu 5 uthi ki, I have family to take care of, I have a business to run, I'm very busy. So we either go for, 108 yoga postures a day, in a month, you say all in or nothing, and we say ki chalo ab to kuch nahi ho pa raha, I'll not do anything. That is one thing. And what we tend to do by that is we tend to go for quick fixes, right? Ki mu aji workout karini, so I'll go to gym once in a week and do 2-hour gymming session. That should be fine. And then I say, I didn't have a protein heavy breakfast or meals in the past few weeks. Let me go for green smoothie detox. That should be fine. I didn't sleep 5 days a week. I didn't have a good sleep, but let me catch up on the weekends. So we tend to go all in or nothing and tend to normalize this whole process. And the third would be, ignoring the early signs. We tend to have, a lot of us, not only women entrepreneurs, even the women who stay at home. That's why we come across women who tend to ignore the common signs as fatigue, bloating, skin health, irregular periods, saying ye to ghare bahut kaam ho, to emti hue ki bahare bahut kaam ho. We tend to have control over the outside world, but when it comes to the inside world, we tend to ignore. I think these are the 3 things I see commonly, women entrepreneurs, how the smart you are or not, wherever you work or not, women fall into it. Thank you.
You've said it rightly. I mean, while putting up this business Mela itself, I'm feeling shy, but I'm embarrassed to state that we have also skipped meals. Even today, this afternoon, I had forgotten about lunch completely. And these things do matter. And as, we are growing, aging, I think this lack of discipline that we think is okay because we are busy as women entrepreneurs will start to take a toll. Dr. Pratichi, you've been a doctor and now you are a health innovator. So have you had a personal health wake-up call that pushed you into this?
I've actually had many. The first, I think, was when I was quite young. I was diagnosed with a chronic disease, and that's something that's been running in my family for many years. So that was the first of many. And then as I went into clinical practice, I realized, there's so many other sort of health problems that, are not facilitated by the system as well as it could have. So for example, as a patient, I encountered there's delays and miscommunications in the hospital system. And then when I got onto the side of studying medicine, I realized why those problems are happening. And so this thing that happened to me at age 12 that I always saw as a very unfortunate incident became something that I was able to turn into a superpower for myself, because it gave me the ability to see medicine not just as a doctor but as a patient first and then as a doctor. And so it put me in a position where I can, understand the system from all sides and then try to improve it. So a big part of my wake-up call was understanding that, as a doctor, I can see maybe 50, 80, 100 patients in a day. But if I improve the system, I can help 500,000 patients in a day. And so that was sort of my journey towards entrepreneurship through medicine.
Very interesting. Thank you. Dr. Alok, you've been a leader within the health sector for a long time. Doctors, patients, and the staff even that work late hours in a hospital setting. Do you think it makes sense to bring wellness into our business strategy?
Thanks, Suma. I think this is a very important question today when I drive a healthcare organization comprising of not less than 2,000 workers, and I realize wellness is the integral part of business strategy. Though we don't write down in a core saying that wellness is but we drive it. If you look at ourselves as leaders, we have a situations of burnout, mental strain, and we have a coping strategy, because unless we are able to drive wellness through ourselves, we can't talk about a workforce being well. And performance is the key for any business industry. In our case, the template is, or the DNA is, that every workforce is engaged so that the person delivers 120%, not rather than 100%, 120%, because we operate 24/7. And that's a very difficult concept today, because a workforce, when they come, they have a time to come in, may not have a time to go out. So, as a leader, we definitely have integrated at every level that the team is engaged properly through a lot of sessions, be it training and development, be it leadership development sessions.
It's very nice. I still feel we have a big, long journey ahead. Right? We are just kind of scraping the surface of bringing wellness into our daily lives, into the way we set up our companies, into the way we expect our workforce to work. So, Dr. Vinita, next question is, let's be practical now. What really do we need to do? What would you tell the young women who are entering the race to show the world that they can also do it, but how do they stay healthy?
So, running a hospital and practicing every day taught me the importance of boundaries and self-care. Earlier in my career, I would skip meals, like you said. I would be sleep deprived. I would have mental stress. I would try to do so many things and say yes more often than saying no, because I didn't want to miss opportunities. I was always in competition with my husband that I should do more surgeries than he. And in the process, like I said, the household is also your domain. So it took me time to realize that self-care is more important. Opportunities will come, but mindful eating on time, and some physical activity, even if it's not going to the gym, but walking during meetings or walking while talking on the phone. Physical activity really it's good for your hormones and your mood, and for your heart health and everything. So this is what I tell younger women now, that look after yourself first. Sleeping is very important. Sleep rejuvenates both your physical and mental health. So I give a lot of importance to sleep when I talk to especially my daughters. And mostly I tell them about the 3 Ds: discipline not only at work, but discipline with your lifestyle, learning to first recognizing your boundaries, learning your strengths, and having the ability to say no when you can't do it.
And the second D is developing communicative skills, coping strategies, managing stress, and you have to do it all on your own and you have to find your own way. And the third D is delegating. We should have a good support of family and friends and household help, because here in India we are very fortunate to have good help at a reasonable cost. So we should really take advantage of that and delegate some duties so that you can take care of your career and go forward.
I had a different question for you, Dr. Garga, but from what Dr. Vinita is saying, we feel guilt for not, as women entrepreneurs here, I know, for not being there for that meeting, for not getting up, for not having more than 4 hours of sleep at night and grinding it. At the same time, we have guilt for not spending time with our children, for not giving them the direction that they need, for not spending time teaching them for the thing. But how do we do it all? How do we do it? What are the practical things that you would say? How should we go about?
So I absolutely agree with Vinita ma'am. Ma'am is now practicing as a very senior consultant. She's gone through the journey for quite a very long time. And the grind that the younger entrepreneur here feels through every day in the workplace. It's a corporate world. We are entrepreneurs. We want to prove ourselves. And definitely one thing to do it all. As Rashmita also mentioned, we are a kind of women in our country. We do all or none. Almost all the entrepreneurs, they miss their breakfast. I usually do. So when you people were talking, I was thinking everybody's talking at least one point about my own life. I miss my breakfast. I have average of 2.5 hours of sleep per day. I have not planned children till now because I was very ambitious. I really feel at this point, what ma'am told, one thing to understand, everything in life takes its own course. And our determination as women, we are Shakti. We are Shakti. This platform itself is showing that once a woman decides to do something, we can do it. After so many years, 25 years of my life, I've completely given to become the surgical oncologist I am today. But now I feel we can manage it all, but a thorough communication, as ma'am mentioned, is really, really important. And when we are so ambitious, we need not compare ourselves with the women who are placeholders, name callers, and not doing it, but enjoying the luxury. So there are two things that we can do. One, work hard, be disciplined, think about yourself, delegate when required. If we are able to do this from very early stage, I think we have all been there, we have done it, we are doing it every day. And discipline is something really, really, really important, which I feel. Same thing for my sector, oncology. We all know wellness rise you were talking about. So the rise of so many wellness things is because there is increased awareness now. People are talking about life coaches, nutritional supplements, every other thing, working out, exercises, and there are so many other people who are there available to help. But an integration of a proper discipline and perseverance, incorporating it to one's own lifestyle for a longer time is really important. We all do it just for a short span. That is not going to help. Unless we know that we have to make it a part of our life, no lifestyle change is going to happen and help in the longer run.
Many are terming this into a new, trend that we must also introduce lifestyle medicine. In fact, the more newer standards and accreditation also try for you to include lifestyle medicine amongst your departments, even in hospitals. So what is lifestyle medicine?
Okay. Thank you so much, Suma. Again, this is a very powerful question and very close to my heart. So, one trend, future trend that you talked about, the one word for me, like Garima ma'am said, Vinita ma'am also mentioned, the word would be introspection, Atma Samikhya, right? Why? Because aji jodi mate pachara if you have to choose between health care or sick care, what would I choose? So the one word for me would be introspection, because let me share some statistics with you. 1 in every 5 Indians suffer from diabetes. 1 in every 4 Indians suffer from hypertension, high BP. 1 in every 3 Indians suffer from obesity, motapa. And it's quite alarming that 65% of death in India happen because of lifestyle diseases. Lifestyle diseases koila mein kaun buchu? Anything that happened because of our lifestyle, and lifestyle is pretty much in our control, right? Maybe I decided I did not change my lifestyle. Maybe I did not change the way I eat, did not change the way I move, did not change the way I sleep or think. Poor lifestyle choices that we make sometimes, like poor eating habits, junk food khaiba, UPFA, ultra processed food khaiba, right? Going for shortcuts, not managing our stress, going for over medication, right? So these are few things I think which is within our control. Not sleeping properly, sleep deprivation, right? Sedentary lifestyles. So I think trend would be introspection, but with that, first addressing the root cause of the problem through the lifestyle choices you make, right? And the next thing that we are working as a Rethinking Wellness initiative, we're working on gut health. Now, if I talk about lifestyle, you can either abuse your body or you can respect your body. Anything that we disrespect, it just vanishes. Maji paisa ko disrespect karibi, it will vanish. I'll disrespect a relationship, it will no more be there for me tomorrow. And body is like a machine, and you have to respect it all the way. And coming to lifestyle, our gut health, and samosajically gut health visara katha hochandi. It's quite a trend to be speaking about gut health. Gut health kono? It's nothing but it's how good your gut or how bad your gut is just a reflection of your daily habits and daily shows that how poor gut health is linked to everything: your diabetes, cholesterol, endocrine issues, hormonal imbalances, poor skin health, poor hair health, Parkinson, even cancer, right? Cognitive brain disorder, low immunity, inflammation. You talk about any issue and it is linked to gut health. But what instead we do? Instead of fixing our lifestyle, we look for the next superfood. कि avocado खाइदबा, blueberry खाइदबा ठीक है जीवा, protein bar खाइदबा सबो किछि ठीक है जीवा, right? And we talk about कि आजी मु green smoothie detox पी देबी, कली 2 घंटा gym पळेबी, everything will be all right. But it's nothing. But today it's छोटो shift lifestyle रे जदी आमे आनी परिबा कि मु 12टा बेले सोउथिली, I'll try and sleep at 11:15. More protein, I was not having my breakfast. Maybe I'll try to get chhatwa to goli ke pi hava na sakhale. Are you all with me? Eti to kari hava na. Maybe I was not exercising. Maybe I'll try and exercise for 5 to 10 minutes a day. It's about little choices and little shift you bring about in your daily habits. And the one trend, introspection. Today we can take a decision, step back, work on our lifestyle, work on our habits, bring in those little shift on our daily habits, and that will start rebuilding your gut health that we are talking about. And and we can start from today. Kete jana ji pani piichanti? Hydration, very simple, but we don't give it importance. Just carrying a bottle with you, apanko it will just nudge you ki pani piilo, Rashmita piilo. Just tiny habits that we talk about. So I would rather say your lifestyle is the real architect of your gut health. You have to, if you are choosing health care, If you're not choosing, sick care will choose you, and you have to go to, run from one doctor to another, treating the symptom rather than, treating the root cause diseases. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Very, very well said. Very, very well said. I mean, I think we are all hearing very young men and women having very, bad diseases suddenly, strangely. And I think definitely our lifestyle has to play a role. It almost feels like it's in the air, that we'll probably get sick. So keeping ourselves disciplined is very important. I think from now on, I feel like technology seems to be an answer to everything, right? Is there a tech solution to this?
So the one thing I use is habit trackers. I've found this very useful after I read James Clear's Atomic Habits. Like Rashmita was saying, I've had to let go of this idea of like perfection. You have to kind of, the all or nothing idea has to disappear. You have to start with small steps, and I found habit trackers are the most helpful for that. It usually gives me reminders on my phone, even when I forget, alarm, drink a sip of water, alarm, pick up and walk 5 minutes in the middle of your meeting. And those things have really helped. And now you even get, apps that can customize it exactly to what you're doing for your day. So, in those ways, tech has definitely improved and can facilitate in improving our health even more if we allow it and use it wisely.
As Indians, Dr. Alok, we follow everything our doctor says. So perhaps there's a role in our doctor or the hospital in this as well, right? So what steps do you take, or do you think we can take to ensure that, from the medical fraternity does its part to, ask people to get immunization, or ensure that women get pap smears, or, older women get mammography? See, people don't seem to have the awareness or, that thing inside to get it done. So what can we do there?
It's a very important question today. Why? Because we move across different generations, or I would say different ages. There is a problem that comes with the teenage group. There's a problem when you move into work. You start building those work-related problems, and then there is an elderly problem. And when we drive organization, we have people anywhere between 20 to 60, or the age of retirement. Primarily, if I were to advise, wellness has a concept of physical well-being, mental well-being, and we say spiritual well-being, which we see recently people are interested into. As an organization, we have a focus in two areas. One is physical well-being, and the second is mental well-being. Now today, what I usually find as a healthcare revenue concept, if I were to split between what exactly is coming from people coming to hospital with diseases, they deliver 98% of revenue to us. But if you look at the other face of it, where people are really focused on understanding how well they are and coming to hospital to understand what kind of ailment they are carrying at particular age, it only has 2% of their mindset to come to hospital. And that's the real crux today. We are talking of management of disease. We are not focusing on prevention. And prevention is the key. And how can we do this? We have to actually shift. Today we are very much happy to say that we have come up with a very wonderful infrastructure. The new hospital is coming with 500 beds. We are very happy about it. But are we really worried about the fact that the way disease is growing? Every day we hear the incidence of particular disease has come up. Why? Because people are not focused on managing wellness. And that's why one health check, at least once in a year, really can change these numbers. As an organization, we ensure our every employee undergoes a health check. And that's a very important key and a message to everyone in the community sitting out over here, that please undergo a health check. Disease is not a thing which is going to strike at 60. It can strike at as young as 10 years. And blood pressure and diabetes have become too early when they emerge out in youngsters. We haven't seen Humpty Dumptys when we used to see them when we used to go in US in 1980s, 90s. Today you walk into any airport, you find people sitting in wheelchair and the person is as young as 20. And it's not a good sign at all. So it's very important that we must undergo a health check, at least to understand how is our physical well-being. Now, second part about mental well-being. Now, mental well-being is very underreported. Today, people say that they are depression, and secondly, the family also is unaware what kind of mental well-being is existing in their own family. I think there's a lot of component which has to run within the family to understand how well your companion is before we talk about how well the organization is going to handle. And this can actually translate a lot of mental wellness in the family and subsequently into the organization. And we are coming up with AI-based diagnostic tool and virtual consult to address this out. That's all I have.
That's lovely, that's lovely. So let's all make a promise, at least to give ourselves this birthday present to get a health check. Discipline, diet, delegation, that's the key. I hope people get this message. We are all from one side and we are trying to get this message out. Thank you so much everyone for the wonderful advice and the wonderful discussion. Please everyone give a round of applause for our lovely panel, and I do hope you take the thoughts shared here today very seriously.
Thank you so much. Once again, requesting all of you for a round of applause for our brilliant panelist. And I'd also like to request all of you to please give it up for our wonderful moderator, co-convenor Inwec, Sumadevi Das. May I kindly request Ms. Debashmita Giri, founder of Soul by Indian, to please join us to felicitate our co-convenor Sumadevi Das. Well, I personally think that this was a much needed session. When we are talking about women entrepreneurs, we definitely need to talk about how care has taken a backseat, self-care has taken a backseat. Thank you once again all the panelists for bringing in so much insight onto the table for this session. Thank you so much once again. We have something very amazing that I'm going to celebrate and also inform all of you that we have some wonderful kids entrepreneurs who we are very fondly going to call Kidpreneurs, and we are going to felicitate them on this wonderful stage today. And to do the honors, I would like to request Ms. Preeti Pallavi Patnaik, convener Inwec, to please join us on the stage, along with Mr. Sunil Gupta, COO Vedant Aluminium and CEO Vedant Jharsuguda. I'd like to request both of them to please join us on the stage to felicitate our Kidpreneurs. Dignitaries are on the dais to do the honors, and I'd like to welcome on stage our Kidpreneurs who are going to be felicitated today, and they are Arjun Das. Can we please have the 7 years old Arjun Das on the stage with a huge round of applause, of course. Well, Inwec ICC National Women's Business Mela never fails to amaze us with wonderful things that they do. Requesting all of you to please give it up for Arjun Das. Next. Requesting Arohi and Kripi to please join us on the stage. Arohi and Kripi, two wonderful friends joining us on the stage as friendpreneurs. Well, तालियां बजनी चाहिए और बजती रहनी चाहिए. This is something absolutely unique and wonderful and very refreshing. For that matter, that we are going to see. Zorda तालियां बजनी चाहिए, in fact. And next, can we please have Vrishti Chunjunwala and Krishiv Agarwal on the stage. With a huge round of applause, requesting Vrishti and Krishiv to please join us on the stage. Requesting our audience to please keep clapping and applauding for them. Definitely have on the applause on the stage this evening for breaking barriers, stereotypes and getting felicitated and how. Next, can we please have Diksha Samal. Requesting Diksha Samal to please join us on the stage. The very smart 9 years old Diksha is joining us on the stage as we felicitate her for being a kidpreneur. May I urge the audience to not forget to applaud for our little entrepreneurs getting felicitated on the stage. Next, can you please have 6 years old Ishan on the stage. Ishan. And next, I'd like to request Rudransh Das to please join us on the stage. Rudransh, 6 years old Rudransh, yet again. जोरदार तालियों के लिए रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूंगी मैं ऑडियंस को. Rudran, stay on the stage. All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. It's done. Thank you. Okay. Now, next, requesting Amira Kejriwal and Vrisha Jain to please join us on the stage. They're just too young to be entrepreneurs. At least that's what it seems. I am delighted, to say the least. Oh my God, can we have a huge round of applause, please? Next, requesting Neeti Agarwal to please join us on the stage. Can we please have Neeti Agarwal? There she is. Congratulations. Next, can we please have Vedansh Chunjunwala on the stage? Vedansh, you're coming next. Well, next, can you please have Dikshant Jain? Dikshant Jain. It's done. All right, with this, we have come to an end of the felicitation for our kidpreneurs. Can we have a huge round of applause for these wonderful and super bright kids yet again? Well, thanking the convener of Inwec, thank you so much, Ms. Please stay back for his address on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Sunil Gupta, COO Vedant Aluminium and CEO Vedant Jharsuguda, and he is going to address all of us, so requesting sir to please take the podium.
Hello. So, good evening everyone, and it is really a great honor for me to be here today. We are all here, the change maker community and the supporters of women empowerment. Event like this remind us for the power involved where we come from together. To uplift and support women in every part of society, at Vedanta Aluminium, we believe that empowering women is the foundation of the progress. Whether it's education, jobs, healthcare, or leadership roles, we are committed to creating equal opportunities for women. In Odisha and Chhattisgarh, our Subhalakshi cooperative program, our Sakhi program, these are the flagship program of Vedanta, wherein we are engaging thousands of women and creating livelihood for them. It started as a very small self-help group. Today it is one of the largest women cooperative in the region. Thousands of women have become entrepreneurs and leaders in their communities. They are running business, they are earning, and they are on their own, and it is changing their lives. And this belief in women's strength is reflected inside our operations too. Recently in Vedanta we made the history by running the entire plant, one portion of the plant, 24 hours by women. It's the only state in Odisha, and that is the only plant in Odisha state wherein Vedanta, the night shift operation is also being run by the women leaders. Right here in Jharsuguda, one more thing which we have done, there is a pot line. In the aluminum business we have the pot line, wherein this pot line is being run 100% by women leaders. And that is why we are creating equal opportunities for women in Vedanta. And Vedanta we have around 20% of our total workforce as a woman. And now we are targeting to have 30% of total strength of our entire workforce in Odisha and Chhattisgarh as a woman. We have launched a very unique program. The girls who could not pass 10th class near our Jharsuguda plant, Lanjigarh plant, we have identified them, and now we have picked around 300 girls, and we have taken them to the Raigad O.P. Jindal University where we are giving training for 4 years, and thereafter they will be absorbed in Vedanta on permanent role. So as a Vedanta, we are creating leadership role for women, and we want that in the top leadership 40% to 50% have to be only women. This is how we are working in the Vedanta for the women empowerment. I will not take much of the time, but this is a great honor for me. I must thank ICC for this opportunity, giving me this platform to speak here. I thank Inwec also, and I especially take some names who have given me opportunity. I must thank Jubaina Ali, Swati Kejriwal ji, Pallavi ji, Suma Devi ji, and entire ICC and Inwec for giving me this opportunity to speak from here. Thanks a lot. Dhanyavad.
May I kindly request everybody to please give Mr. Gupta a huge round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insight and experiences with us. And I'd like to request the convener and the co-conveners of Inwec to kindly felicitate Mr. Sunil Gupta. Sir, we'd like to thank you for finding time amidst your busy schedule and joining us and making sure that the first day was absolutely lit with your address for all of us. Once again, I'd like to thank each one of you for joining us on the first day. It has been going great so far, and with all of yours company, motivation and best wishes, we seem to have been pulling the first day off really, really well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're just a few minutes away from starting the Women Achievers Roundtable, which is to be hosted by none other than the heartthrob Zaid Khan. So we shall be starting that in a very short while from now. But meanwhile, I'd like all of you to please feast your eyes on the screen in front of you, and would like to play the theme song for all of you once again.
Is about. what Inwec is about.
एक जुनून है सैलाब सा ये खून है हम हीरे आसमान के आग के दरिया में मिला सुकून है दिल से हर डर को मिटाया चारों से एक रक्षा बनाया खुद में एक कहकशां है हमने खुद को सख्त बनाया हमने एक जुनून है सैलाब सा ये खून है हम हीरे आसमान के आग के दरिया में मिला सुकून है दिल से हर डर को मिटाया चारों से एक लक्ष्य बनाया खुद में एक कहकशां है हमने खुद को सख्त बनाया तेरा जज्बा है रखे तुझे जिंदा तुझे लिखना है खुद तेरा किस्सा तेरे कदमों में होगा तेरा हिस्सा तू है आजाद जा उड़े परिंदा हमें तराशा है सुनहरा एक मौका सितारा तू है तुझे आसमां भरोसा तेरा संघर्ष तेरा रुतबा अनोखा ये दिल जो है तेरा किसने रोका हमने एक जुनून है सैलाब सा ये खून है हम हीरे आसमान के आग के दरिया में मिला सुकून है दिल से हर डर को मिटाया चारों से एक लक्ष्य बनाया खुद में एक कहकशां है हमने खुद को सख्त बनाया
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know that we all are looking forward to the session that I just announced about, but I think it's always a little nice to do a quick revision before we start the first most talked about panel session for the first day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do a quick quiz. And how many people are present here who are not Inwec members or ICC members? Could you please put your hands up? You're not a member of any of the organization. Yeah, I mean, kids, yeah, of course, will count you as well. All right, so we would like to ask these questions to the ones who had attended the Women's Business Mela last year and were not the members of any of the organization. So the first question would be, please put your hands up. अगर आपको लगता है आपको आंसर पता है, please put your hands up and we'll come to you with the mic for the answer. Who can tell us the full form of Inwec? INWEC, and you cannot Google it. Please do not look into your phones. Who can tell us the full form? Anybody, quickly. Ma'am, of course. Anybody else? Okay, I think we have a hand raised. Ma'am, we'll come back to you. All right, I'd like to come to you, sir, and check if you know the correct full form. आपके पीछे.
National Women Entrepreneur Council.
All right, is that right, ma'am? The co-convenor is right here. He's going to repeat the full form for you and you have to tell us if that's the right one.
National Women Entrepreneur Council, I for ICC.
I for ICC, National Women's Entrepreneurship Council. Okay, and that is the right answer. Could you please come to the front for all of us? Can we have a huge round of applause? Okay, I think we have a goodie here as well. So, excuse me, sir. Just give it to him. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to please put your hands together. He is the first lucky winner for, not the lucky winner, I think he answered it right. Zordar taaliyan ho sakti hai kya, please, unke liye. Thank you so much, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, how many of you had attended? I'll change the question, ma'am, because it was very much expected from you. Aap to bol hi dete for sure. All right, so how many of you had attended the Business Mela last year? No, not the members, of course not. So members say hi to bana tha Business Mela. All right, how many of you are not members and still had attended the Mela last year? You were not a member then and now you are a member. Smart way to look at it. All right, so if you could just name 3 celebrities who had attended the Women's Business Mela last year. 3 celebrities. Madam, could you please come forward? जिन्होंने हाथ उठाया, please सामने आ जाएं. Yes, please come forward. So you just have to name 3 celebrities who were a part of the National Women's Business Mela, the first edition. इस बार नहीं, पिछली बार के।
दिया मिर्जा, जायद खान and Manish Malhotra.
Members, please confirm, is that right answer? Yes? No? Okay, Amrina ma'am says no. Who wasn't present?
Jayed Khan.
Okay, Zaid Khan wasn't there.
Jayed Khan is working for the Roman special soul.
Amrina ma'am, could you please come here? I cannot really hear your voice. Ma'am, please be with us.
Sorry to disappoint, but Zahid Khan was not there for the business Mela. Imtiaz Ali was there for the business Mela. Lara Datta was there for the business Mela. Okay.
Why did you say the answers? We are not going to give you goodies. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Amrina ma'am, for spelling out the answers. Okay, so if anybody could name one celebrity who was there on the inaugural day of Women's Business Mela, the first one. One celebrity who was there in the, yes, please come forward. Amrina ma'am, yes or no only this time, just to verify.
It was Zahir Khan, I guess. Zahir Khan, the cricketer.
When did he come? I didn't know. All right, thank you, but that's not the right answer. Anybody else? Who was the celebrity on the first? Okay, Aru knows. Yeah, Aru, who was the celebrity on the first day?
I don't know.
I know. Okay, so she knows, I guess. Do we have anybody else who can answer this, or else I'll go to the kids? Okay, Tushi, your turn.
Lara Datta.
Was she the celebrity on the first day? Yeah? Zordar Talia. Tushi, can you please come forward? We have a small goodie for you. And both of them come together. Sibling love. Ladies and gentlemen, can you have a huge round of applause, please?
We are
Partners in crime and partners in everything else as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, can you please tell us who was the convener of Inwec last year? I mean, for the last business Mela. Anyone? Amrina ma'am, I'll turn to you for the verification of the answer. So the question is, during the last business Mela, who was the convener of Inwec? And the answer is, ma'am?
Swikriti Patnaik.
Is that the right answer? Ma'am, please come forward. We have a small goodie for you. Can I have a huge round of applause? That's the absolute right answer.
Thank you so much.
All right, I think that was about it. We do have a few more goodies. But ladies and gentlemen, if you turn your heads a little, you can see the head turner himself. The heartthrob Zaid Khan is here with us, ladies and gentlemen. Can you have a huge round of applause for him? Everybody, please.
आए हसीना है तो आए मुझको दिखाने अपनी अदाएं मैं भी कुछ कम नहीं आंखों में आंखें जो डालूं दिल न चुरा लूं होश चुरा लूं कोई हो कितना हंसी मेरा हो गया वो जो
जानती हूँ और लगता है कि
कभी भूल नहीं पाओगी देखो देखो है शाम बड़ी दीवानी धीरे धीरे बन जाए ना कोई कहानी दिल भर है, दिलकश है, दिलदार नजारे हैं। आज ज़मीं पर उतरे कितने सितारे हैं। अगलो होश नमी दानम, हम है दिल है और जानम, बस दीवानगी 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 है।
Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was about the heartthrob that we just had a glimpse of. And now it's time for me to invite him on the stage. I know all of us have been anxiously waiting for him to come on the stage, but before that, I would like to invite our panelists. First, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the panelist of the Women Achievers Roundtable, which is to be hosted by yours truly, Zaid Khan. Before that, I'd like to invite our first panelist on the stage. She is an engineer, entrepreneur, and now a dynamic legislator. Sophia Firdaus is the MLA from Barabati, Kanak, and the first woman to head a CREDAI chapter in Odisha. A graduate of KIT and IIM Bangalore, she brings together business insight and grassroots politics with a strong focus on development, women's empowerment, and civic engagement. Thank you, Sophia, for joining us today. Next, I'd like to invite our second panelist, who's a veteran neurologist and healthcare leader, Dr. Maya Gantayat, who's the co-founder and managing director of Ashwini Group of Hospitals. With over 4 decades of service and international training in neurointervention, she has transformed neurology care in Odisha. Her visionary leadership during COVID crisis earned Ashwini the Best COVID Hospital Award from the Chief Minister. Welcoming Dr. Maya Gantayat. Ladies and gentlemen, now welcoming our third panelist, a senior bureaucrat and change maker, Srimati Usha Padhi, IAS, currently serves as a Principal Secretary, Housing and Urban Development Department, Odisha. She has led critical national projects like the UDAN and Urban Development Aviation Scheme, for which she has received the Prime Minister's Award. Her strategic leadership spans aviation, urban governance, transport, and skill development across both state and central roles. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. Our next panelist is a very, very well-known and indeed India's pride, one of India's foremost Odissi dancers, Dr. Aruna Mahanti. She is a Padma Shri awardee and cultural ambassador of Odisha, a revered guru and choreographer. She has performed globally and led India's cultural presence at international summits. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to please welcome Guru Dr. Aruna Mahanti on the stage right now. Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am. And now I'd like to request all of you to please put your hands together for our last panelist, a trailblazer in Odisha's real estate sector, none other than Ms. Ratnamala Swai, who is the director of DN Group and the state's first woman entrepreneur in housing and 20 years of business leadership. She has also contributed richly to Odia literature as a poet and an editor. Her work has earned her several accolades and prestigious awards for entrepreneurship and social leadership. Requesting all of you to please put your hands together for Ratnamala ma'am on the stage. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's finally time. हमने आपको glimpse दिखा दिया. You have seen the teaser. It's time to invite our celebrity moderator for the session that is for the Women Achievers Roundtable. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not just his memorable performances in Bollywood. It is also his personality, his charisma that makes sure that he wins hearts one after another. And ladies and gentlemen, if it is not anybody else, it has to be the ultimate charmer, the one who sways with his good looks and definitely steals all of our hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome none other than the very talented, very versatile, and of course, the one who looks absolutely amazing. Please put your hands together for Zaid Khan. request the convener of Inwec, Preeti Pallavi Patnaik ma'am, to please felicitate our panelist and our star moderator for the round table that we are about to begin. Can we please request for the trophies and the mementos? We'd like to start with our first panelist, Ratnamala Swami ma'am.
Listen up. This is what Inwec is about.
Taaliyan bajti rehni chahiye, ladies and gentlemen. Please make sure that we remember this one-of-a-kind round table. Next, I'd like to request Mrs. Preeti Pallavi Patnaik to please welcome Dr. Maya Gantayat, our second panelist for the evening. Requesting Preeti ma'am to please welcome Osha Party, IAS. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, next requesting PPP to please felicitate Guru Dr. Aruna Mohanty, our next panelist.
That's right.
And please give it up for none other than Miss Sophia Firdaus. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to request all of you to please put your hands together as I request Zaid to please step forward and request Mrs. Preeti Pallavi to please welcome him and thank him with a sweet little nothing gesture from Inwec and everybody present here. Thank you so much, Zaid, for making time and joining us for the Women's Achiever Roundtable.
This is what Inwec is about.
I'd like to thank the convener of Inwec for doing the honors and requesting Zaid to please take the round table forward.
Check, check. Hello, Odisha, can you hear me? Yes? Or is it, all right, is it a little low now? Is it better? All right, well, hello, Odisha, how are you guys doing? I am very, very excited to be amongst these boss ladies of Odisha, each one who have achieved so much in their lifespan and have brought different verticals to life, different verticals to women who can be achievers of their own, young women who can see the dream rather than just dream the dream. So are we going to have some fun tonight? And let's while we understand what these women have achieved and what they have gone through to achieve it, we shall also ask them some nice quirky questions so that the audience can also have a little bit of fun. So let's begin. Firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Maya Gantayat. Thank you, ma'am. How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you.
Yes?
How are you doing?
I'm doing, I feel amazing when I'm sitting in front of you ladies because I actually feel I'm in August company and I feel...
How was your trip to Odisha?
My trip to Odisha has always been nice. I have to admit that Miss Preeti Patnaik, she's always been a wonderful host and she's always endeavored to make Odisha a place for business, a place for culture, and a place where people can come and develop their dreams. So today we're going to have a little bit of a chat, and I'm a little inquisitive about your career.
Okay.
So I'm going to start off by asking you, what inspired you, ma'am, to be a neurologist, and how do you balance that with work? Any suggestions, your life with work and family, and any suggestions for people who want to achieve doctorates like you?
Okay. That's a nice question. What inspired me to be a neurologist is a little bit, I have to say a little bit before I became a neurologist and how I became a neurologist. I was sort of, in the school I used to play a lot and not study much. And my father was a very strict engineer, and at home it was always study, 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 study. And so so he used to get upset with me, and he used to say that if you don't read well, you don't get good marks, then I'll get you married. So I decided in my mind that, you know, that's not the first choice anyway. So I decided that after my science in pre-professional, I would take up medicine, so that at least for 5.5 years, nobody's going to talk about marriage. So that's how I went to MBBS. And of course in MBBS, I knew that I would be a physician, not a surgeon. So I'm sort of a physician mind. Then, so you know, you have to go through the entrance exams, and so initially it was cardiology or neurology. So when I was doing my residency in CMC Vellore, I heard about this NIMHANS Bangalore, and they were taking in direct DM courses for neurology. You know, you don't have to sit through 2 entrance exams. So it's 1 exam and 5 years and you are finished. So I sat for it, I worked hard, I read through, and I got through. So that is how I became a neurologist. So the inspiration is not neurology as a subject, but the inspiration was my the fear that I would get married.
So marriage was the reason why you turned to be a doctor?
Doctor, yes.
Oh, wow. Okay. I hope a lot of women take cue from that, huh? If you want to like have a real good career and run away from marriage, because marriage is a lovely institution if you get the right person. But of course, I would like to ask you another question along the same lines. I mean, what role do you think going in the future that technology is going to play for neurology? Because as we all know, Mr. Elon Musk has made something called Neuralink.
Right.
And Neuralink is a chip that they put inside your brain. I don't know how many people want a chip inside their brain right now, but that is what the facts are. And there have been some trials, and I believe the trials have gone very successful.
Right.
So where do you feel this will fit in the future or in the study of neurology?
Technology is advancing so much. When I did neurology about 3.5 decades back, we just had 1 CT and MRI, that's it. But now the technology has advanced so much that we have to keep learning, every now and then we have to keep learning and relearn, learn. And this chip factor is going to come. It is going to come. It's not for ordinary people who have got good brain. It's for people who are probably having diseased brain. So I think I'll give an example. It's not the chip, but I'll give an example how technology has advanced. So you must be knowing Alzheimer's disease. The Alzheimer's disease is a disease of elderly people who have loss of cognitive functions. So gradual loss of cognitive functions, and they become demented. So it's a big problem now in the world, how to treat Alzheimer's. So Alzheimer's research and innovation in Alzheimer's disease, which is a neurodegenerative disease, is going on.
And so they have found there's some treatment that is coming up, gene therapy. We have this Parkinson's disease, where it's a neurodegenerative, and you can implant chips, or you can say in common word, where it will give up neurochemicals so that you don't have this disease. So technology is advancing so much that this is not far away. Maybe another 2-5 years you're going to see these things.
And in another 2-5 years, are you saying that this will be used as therapy and procedure?
Yes.
In a very, very real sense?
Yes, it will be.
Because another question I was very inquisitive about was, considering, Meta is coming up with augmented reality glasses, where you're going to be wearing a pair of Ray-Ban glasses and you're going to have a digital world in front of you and a real world in front of you at the same time. I know as a father that my kid spends way too much time sometimes on his digital, iPads and phones and stuff like that. How do you feel is this going to kind of make drastic effects on our neural pathways, on the way the brain functions, and what kind of R&D, research and development, is being done to counter such things, if at all?
Yeah. This is a problem now in the recent days, the digital world. And I know we need software, we need digital, we need phones, we need computers for education, for information. But what I find in my practice and in everybody else's, that the younger generation is way too much entertaining themselves in this digital platform. Now, entertainment for a while is so far so good. But if you start your brain by entertainment from the very beginning, there are permanent changes that is going to occur in the brain tissue, right? It's almost like there are studies where it has been found that those who take weed and all these drugs, they're entertaining themselves. They feel high, they feel good, and they act on endorphins, they act on chemicals in the brain which are meant for some other purpose. So this digital media is good, but I think, I'm sure that continuously stimulating the brain in the wrong way is going to give wrong results. We have to have a balance in the brain. In the brain we have both stimulatory, that is called excitatory, and inhibitory. So there has to be a balance between the excitatory chemicals and the inhibitory chemicals. Now if you're going on exciting yourself, then eventually I'm sure there's going to be some damage.
So sorry to cut in, but by that do you mean that children should be stimulated and educated more towards using their 5 senses in the real world and kind of containing what kind of augmented reality, digital media, so that they can have a healthy brain altogether?
Right. I think that's very important to have. Nature has given us something, one should not go against nature forever. And nature has given us 5 senses. Nature has given us a brain to imbibe knowledge and use it in the future. So if we go against these God-gift 5 senses and you always be around AI and artificial intelligence and all sorts of things, I think it's not going to be good in the future.
Well, ma'am, all I can say is I think that there was a time where we remembered a lot of things. Now we just blindly believe Google Maps and our phone book. We don't even remember numbers anymore.
And sometimes the Google map might take you in the wrong direction.
Yeah. and your memory of remembering things all of a sudden just disappears because you're so dependent on it.
Right.
But this is a very trick question I would like to ask you, and I ask most doctors because coming from a place of science, are you a big believer in God?
Yeah, I believe in God. I am God-fearing. And because I don't think there is a superpower or something like that, but that keeps me in check. And that is very important. If you have something, if you think that there is something you might get punished, then you will do everything. You'll keep your things in check. Although I'm a science student, I know there cannot be any God anywhere here and there, but that concept is what keeps the brain in check.
Ma'am, and one last question. What advice would you like to give the upcoming lady doctors and the ladies about neuroscience, and is it something worth pursuing? Is it the future? Why don't you give a little bit of a heads up?
To my students, I would say, because I'm past professorship, the young doctors who are doing MBBS or young doctors, my advice is neuroscience is one of the best subjects for women. And because brain is so intriguing, brain is so vast, the human system, the brain is ultimate. It is the central processing unit. If you don't have that, there's no point having the keyboards, the monitors, the mouses, anything. So you need a good central processing unit. And neuroscience is very diverse. It's not just neurology. It's neurosurgery, neurophysiology, neuroanesthesia, clinical neurophysiology, clinical psychology, and brain. Brain is the most wonderful thing which a human being has got. On evolution, human brain is the topmost. So neuroscience is a wonderful science, and I would tell my younger doctors, colleagues, women, that you must pursue. We have a lot of neurologists. When I did neurology, I was the only woman in NIMHANS. And 3-4 years later, we had so many ladies. Now in Odisha also, we have almost 14 lady neurologists. When I came to Odisha, I was the only lady neurologist amongst 4 neurologists. So women are coming up and taking up neurology in large numbers.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think you heard it from the authority herself, Miss Maya Gantyat. It took about 1 billion years for us to formulate our brains and our movements from sapiens to human beings, and who knows what next. There's a very famous saying which goes that God made man in his image, and I think man is making artificial intelligence in his. So, Doctor, thank you so much for your wonderful talk and your experience. I'm sure there are going to be some ladies out here who are going to take a lot from it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So, Dr. Aruna Mohati, I thought from science we shall jump a little bit to art, since we both are artists. I, of course, understand that India is such a wide and beautiful place with different cultures and different languages and different kind of traditions that represent us. And of course, dance and dancing and music is as important to India as Kung Fu is to China, So I would like to ask you, as a Odia dancer, what would you like to do to promote culture, tourism, and economic development for Odisha? How do you think you can play this part?
Jai Odisha, Jai Kala, Jai Kalakar. Since you understand that coming from the same background, art
and you are talking about that how we are looking at it as a business. I will tell you my experience first. That will probably give you a better picture and a canvas. Very recently, Government of Odisha organized for Government of India, Pravasi Bharatiya, where ma'am was there. And there, with 350 dancers, from folk to tribal to classical to martial to contemporary, 350 dancers presented a production called Gatha Odisara. That means the story of Odisha, which narrates the journey of Odisha for last 3,000 years. The show was over, and when the dignitaries came on stage, and our Honorable External Minister Jayasankarji was there, he said in one line that this production will give a better introduction to Odisha than anything else. So the performing act has the ability, capability, and strength to communicate, to present, to give a glimpse of what we have, connecting the past to present and building the future. That's the line, that's what we call it a flow. It's like a river. So
it's, I'll take off from where you're saying. I agree with you so much because I think heritage is the ultimate form of what a rich culture and a rich nation is backed by. Because I feel, when not enough importance is given to artistry and dance and heritage, I feel the country loses its soul.
Correct.
And, I feel in this very global village, so to speak, that we are all attempting to be part of, everybody and everything, and wear the same clothes. To an extent, I feel it's nice because it builds bridges, but it should not be at the cost of losing our heritage.
Exactly. When we are talking, when you mention you are a Odia dancer, yes, I am from Odisha, from this soil, but my form is called Odissi. I'm an Odissi dancer, but the Odissi we call it a classical dance, but now in India we are not using the word classical because it has got different connotations. So government is now addressing all these classical dance forms which were known as classical dance forms, major traditions. When we are calling it major traditions, these traditions are not built in one day or in few years. It has been a long journey where the tribal, which is Janajati, their life, just suppose I will say, it doesn't have to be a dancer to dance to this bit. Your heart skips with this bits. So the people in tribal area, they dance to their bits, these bits, expressing their love, their life, their dreams through this. So collecting the experience from that, from the folk forms, from the music, from theater, you call it films, everything, life is a mediation between all this. And all this reflect Odia-ness, the fragrance of this soil, the cool breeze of Odisha when it touches, the water, the bhasa, the language, literature, everything when comes together, we call it allied art forms. That's when we call culture. And culture tourism. Suppose you are coming to Odisha, when you go back, even if your family people or your friends will say, you have been to Odisha, what is there and what was your experience? You will talk about culture. The people are very warm. They embrace people, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakama, Atithi Deva Bhava. This is there in the air of Odisha when you breathe it. You talk about temples, you talk about food, you talk about handloom, you talk about literature, you talk about that this All this together, how is providing the climate for business, for interaction, or for friendship.
Oh, fantastic. I have to share something. I was reading a book called Man Watching by Desmond Morris, and he says something very interesting. He says 80% of our communication is through body language. 10% of our communication is by the tone in which we speak. So if I had to say thank you in 3 different ways, one could be thank you. One could be thanks, yaar. One could be thank you, buddy. And the last 10% is the actual language in which we speak. So you're so right about that, ma'am, because I agree that, culture and the performing arts and, singing, dancing and rich heritage, this is what churns the soul. This is what churns the very, the blood that makes us proud of where we come from, so that we can represent where we come from proudly.
When we are showing culture tourism, people are attracted towards Odisha because of this, because this coming together has formed the identity, Abhiman of Odisha.
Superb, superb. I'm going to take you in a different direction. What initiatives have you taken, ma'am, to support your community through your art? And how do you think you have impacted society while doing so?
I will take you to probably 100 years back, when people who are into performing art, like dance or not so much music, more dance and theatre. Because I started my career in a theatre. My father was a theatre director and he was a writer. But then, when people used to come to my father and said, your daughter is such a good dancer, you must be very proud of her. My father used to say, today you are saying that, she's so good, but tomorrow if I'll send the marriage proposal for your son, you will go back 10 steps and probably you will vanish from this. Because that was the time when people were saying, oh, se nachuchi mane bahar ko jiba, skemte family kariba, au pila chua pacharibani, and then ette lokonga sare misuthuba, and rati dita vale rehearsal sari ke asiba. So all these things were not considered as points for a girl who is kind of taking dancer's profession to be the ideal wife or daughter-in-law. But from there, people I remember, I would like to share this with everyone. Srimati Sanjukta Panigrai was a Padma Shri Awardian, who was the foremost dancer who has popularized Odissi worldwide. She was suffering from cancer and she was in the hospital bed. And when I went to meet her, she said, take dance accept it as your profession. By then I was working with the UNICEF Red Project, and I was doing dance all along, but not as a profession. She said, I have seen so many professional experts and intellectuals in different fields, but I am not seeing any educated girl taking up dance as profession. So that day I came and I've decided that I'll quit my job and I'll give my full attention and focus on dance. But that, now if you look at most of the girls who are married and from very good families and have their own career, they are also opting for dance as a profession. That's definitely, our generation of dancer has inspired them to take up both the role and the challenges of a woman in the house or a leader in different profession and dance as a profession. That's one. And second thing, we always look at urban cities and mega cities for dance, music, theater, film, or entertainment. I look at the villages where the people, the young people are there with the passion in their heart, skill in their hand, They just need the mentoring. And I try to feel in their eyes dreams to fly. That's my contribution. That is how I have kind of encouraged and mentored and trained young, talented artists from different corner of Odisha and India also, and train them and are teaching them to fly. The sky is really vast.
Well, I would like to ask you a real question in some kind of practical form now. There are many ladies out here who would, I'm sure, love to dance Odisha and love to do Odissi. And what practical steps do you feel that they can actually do to make it a career, to make a living out of it? Because, I mean, today we do have multiple platforms like social media that we control, and we can be the masters of our own universe too. I think, from my understanding, I think a lot of people, while they love dance and they love acting and they love, you know, to get into the entertainment world, I've always noticed that their parents saying, but get a degree. You know, make sure you go to college and at least get a degree, then take a risk. Well, that being said, I know that 9 times out of 10, not everybody makes a good income out of their art. What advice would you give girls and boys and youngsters about pursuing an artistry like Odisha? And how do you think that they would be able to make a living out of it?
I was choreographing the opening ceremony of World Cup hockey with Simon Daver. So when both of us were talking, I asked him, how many students do you have? He looked at me, he said, I have 2,500 schools. So you can multiply how many students he has. Then I was kind of thinking, how many Odissi schools we have in Bhubaneswar? And you'll be happy to know there are almost 1,000 schools are here in Bhubaneswar.
Wow.
So that's a change. I'm very proud to say that Odia people now, they're convinced that dance, music, or any performing art is the food for soul. So to get that, when you say your life is meaningful, this sensitivity of an artist is very essential. Usha ma'am was a dancer. Maya Gantalji, her daughter is a dancer. Ratnamala, she is also kind of associated. She's a poet. So all of us are somehow connected with creative forms because it is important. Because at the end of the day, if you have millions of rupees or, kind of what you say that in terms of luxury and comfort, you cannot eat more than 2 rotis, right? You cannot sleep in 3 rooms at a time. You cannot drive 3 cars at a time. At the end of the day, you will have to give happiness to yourself. You have to either read something or listen to music or watch a film or go to dance or have a meaningful discussion, scholarly discussion with people around you. Looking at that now, when I see my students, when they are finishing their graduation, with whatever they are earning from the performances, from teaching, they can afford to buy a motorcycle coming from the village and giving some help to the family who are there in the villages. I feel we are on the right track in terms of economic viability and sustainability. We now with the government promoting art and culture, because any occasion happening in Bhubaneswar, today also there is an entertainment program with dance and music. So whether it's a seminar or there is an official delegation, whether it's a sports event or any occasion, the artists are very integral part of it. So I think that is, as a profession, that economic viability is there, and if someone is good, sky is the limit.
Aruna ji, that was so insightful. I'd like to ask you one more question. How long do you think it will take me to learn Odisha dancing?
It will take your entire life, but I can teach you something now which you can do.
All right.
Right?
Yeah.
So, but you have to use your hand.
Thank you so much. That was so beautiful.
Thank you.
Well, there you go, guys. There's a profession out there for artists, dancers, and we hope that from the film industry side, we can represent more traditional dancing and people who come from this discipline. Thank you so much, Aruna ji, for your time.
Thank you.
Usha ji, welcome to our panel. Is your mic working? All right. So thank you so much for being here. I have a number of insightful questions for you too. I do know that I have a lot of friends in the bureaucracy, and one thing for sure, after their tiresome day and every day working to their 100-200%, they all want to either be a singer or listen to music or listen to dance or be a dancer, and I think they enjoy that a lot. So I think Ms. Aruna must be definitely vibing with you on those things. So I'm going to ask you a question, ma'am. What motivated you to be an IAS, and what advice do you have for the candidates that want to be IAS going forward? Can you share some insight on that?
Good evening, Namaskar. First of all, I'm very honored to be part of this August gathering. And it's quite amazing, a man, a celebrity, interviewing the women who are sitting here. So it's a quite nice format, thanks to the organizers. Thank you so much. You have asked a question, why I came to this profession and who inspired. It's a very classic question, and the answer is also classic. That is that I had I was lucky to be part of a matriarchal family, maybe by design or by default. I had my maternal great granny with me and grandmother with me, and both were not very educated, illiterate, but they made sure that my mother, who is the first girl child of the family of 14 children, and she became a doctor in the family, the first one who could get into education. And just because she became doctor, and she was working in a project where she could see the Indian Administrative Service officer heading that, she inspired us to go for this exam. As Dr. Gantayat was saying, she said, if you want to write for this UPSC exam, why you have to go for 5 years of difficult exams? And otherwise, I wanted to become a doctor actually. So she made sure that I did my engineering in 4 years, and then made me to sit this exam and pass this exam. What I want to say to the people who are aspirant, I don't think anybody sitting here who are entrepreneurs will be interested to get into administrative service, but I will only have the advice that for everything, whether becoming an entrepreneur or an administrator or legislator or the poet or the doctor, so it is not a easy thing, especially for the women who come out and who are the caregivers who have to take care of the family as well as the public life. So it is there is no shortcut. You have to put lot of hard work, but I'm sure that it is there within them. Whatever you want to do, if we struggle a bit, try to have our eyes on the target, we'll be able to achieve. So when passion and profession become same, and it's a bliss. So wherever you have your passion, please slog for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And another, just one quick question. What initiative do you think, as a woman IAS officer, should you support for future generations coming up?
Again, I mean, the work which is there for me, I mean, I'm passionate about it. From morning to evening I work, and it's doing something for somebody is a part and parcel of the life. It's not that I make a special effort or I am involved in something, because like yesterday I had been to one function of the Odisha Association of Visually Impaired. So when I was sitting there, I did not even know. Very many people came that, ma'am, when you were collector, you had given us the job. Somebody came and said that you had allowed us the quarter. Somebody said, I mean, like, it's like, as part of our work, I think I am sensitive enough to keep everything in back of my mind, to see that if it is the people who require some help, or the people who are little voiceless or who are vulnerable, if it is women or the physically challenged, differently abled, I'll make sure that they will get their due rights and they will be empowered. It is not that because I am doing because of my charity, it is their right to get it. So I will make sure that their right is enjoyed by them.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round to that, because that's exactly what it takes in life. You know, when people see, you know, talent, and when people initiate and push people, you know, to achieve their goals, that is true integrity and that's true character. Thank you so much, ma'am. Just one quick quirky question. Why didn't you become an IRS officer, and why an IAS officer? Were you bad at math?
I'm an engineer.
Okay. It was just a silly question I had to ask.
No, I am as good as in number crunching, as good as in cooking.
Oh, okay. That's a beautiful spectrum. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Before we come to you, Sophia, I'm just going to talk to this powerhouse lady. Ma'am, I have to say, when I read your entire biodata, I was completely surprised. I feel very unqualified to ask you anything. But if at all, I would definitely ask you one thing. How did you dream so big at a time when it was a man's world and made it a woman's world? What did it take to be who you are, have so many companies across so many several sectors, from logistics to pharma to real estate? I mean, I am truly impressed. So what did it take? Could you please shed some light?
Thank you for this question. Actually, there is some problem in my voice, so the voice you are hearing is not my original voice. I am under voice rest since last 4 months. It is only Priti Pallavi who compelled me to attend this session. So, to your question, there are two answers. One, as far as achievement, success, growth is concerned, there are two aspects. One is your personal journey, personal growth, and another one is your organizational journey and organizational growth. So I am, my personal growth, your personal journey is more defined by growth of my organization, and it is the organization that grows, that excels, or that the organization that grows and excels. It is not one person. First, it is from person or part to whole, then whole to part. अगर बोला जाए तो एक व्यक्ति से एक अनुष्ठान बनता है, फिर एक अनुष्ठान आपको पहचान देता है, आपका ट्रू पहचान जो. सो journey may be yours, you may start your journey, but it is the people, great people, right people, and great minds. When they join hands with you, you grow, your organization grows first. So it is not, credit not goes to me only, it credit completely goes to my organization and the people behind it and the team behind it. Next, as far as my personal journey is concerned, I started my journey being a women contractor, from civil construction in the year 1989, 88, 89. At that time, the social condition or the mindset of the people, attitude of the people was completely different. आजकल जैसा ये नहीं है, आज तो ये 30 साल में बहुत कुछ हो गया है. So at that time, when challenge was not only to get a job, contract, challenge was to participate in the tender itself, tender process. It was completely dominated by fixers, जो टेंडर फिक्सिंग करते हैं, जो फिल्म में आप देखते हो, fixers, negotiators, goons. So participating in tender itself was a big challenge. Then getting contracts, arranging funds. I was only 21 years old. I was from a small town, small village, from a middle class, lower middle class family. So getting funds, arrange funds by taking loan from friends, doing work on the site, then getting the bill paid in a government system. Now it is very processed, but at that time to get your bill, even a single bill, it was taking months together. So आप जो लोन लेके बिजनेस शुरू करने के लिए या प्रॉफिट कमाने के लिए सोचे थे, वो जो प्रॉफिट लोन का इंटरेस्ट से, मैंने लोन का इंटरेस्ट प्रॉफिट से ज़्यादा हो जाता था. So it is a quite challenging. It is a, and when at that time when I was going in a moped and Luna or a bike, people were used to stand on the roads to see who this woman contractor is going, when she will go. So it is quite a challenging.
Did men find it difficult to take orders from you?
Sometimes.
Typical. Yes.
Sometimes, yes.
And now that you're pretty much like artificial intelligence yourself and you know how it all works, I wanted to ask you an interesting question. Going forward, considering we are a very labor-intensive society, India's heavily dependent on a lot of employment, where do you feel technology is going to play a part in either making that better or worse? I don't know.
Practically we are living in a virtual world. So it is technology driven, it is data driven. You don't have any other choice. You have to depend on technology, you have to depend on AI. Yes, it has its plus point and it has its minus points. But if we can, technology can mix with human capital or
Correct.
human resources, then that not will be a problem.
How far do you think India is from integrating human resource management and technology? Do you think that it's going to happen in the next 2 years, or it's going to happen in the next 5 years, 10 years? Where's that twilight point? Because I think a lot of people are very interested to know, what kind of subject matter should they learn? Should they even think about being a lawyer? Because today, you can type on Chat GPT and an MOU will come out for free, which used to cost 35,000 rupees earlier. So one job gone. So where do you feel we are? We are 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Where do you think that twilight point is?
I don't think, I am not an expert in that field, but my opinion is that I don't think it is a challenge or it will be a problem. It will be a problem for in future, because आप ये चीज़ को चलाने के लिए भी तो मैन पावर चाहिए. आप जो चैट जीपीटी हो, एआई हो, व्हाट एवर इट में भी, आपको सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलप करने के लिए, उसको चलाने के लिए, ऑपरेशन करने के लिए, मेंटेनेंस करने के लिए, फॉर एवरीथिंग यू विल नीड ह्यूमन बीइंग. सो इट इज ओनली हाउ यू इंटीग्रेट टेक्नोलॉजी विद द सिस्टम एंड.
Because just one last thing, we are so busy. What do you do for fun, ma'am? To churn that soul of yours, what do you do for fun? All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy.
No, not like that. I am an avid reader. I love to write. I love to translate from English to Odia, from different medium to. I love to gossip with friends. Gossip with friends. I am a people's person, and I love my friends. I love to spend time with my friends, my family. So I never feel bored. And the literature background, my family, they act as a shock absorber for our this high tension, high risk job that acts as a shock absorber.
Do you watch any Bollywood movies for entertainment?
Yes.
Which is your favorite?
आपका मूवी भी मैंने
देख लिया आपने?
बहुत बार
सच, मैं यहाँ पे बैठा हूँ इसलिए आप बता रहे हैं.
नहीं.
सच में?
ऐसा नहीं, सच में.
अच्छा, चलो. हम बहुत खुश हैं इस बात के. Thank you so much for your time, ma'am, and we wish you all the best going forward in the future.
Thank you.
And of course, wisdom before beauty. I've heard that you've joined politics. Sophia, I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. What steps do you think that, is your mic working? Yeah? What steps do you think that businesses and governments need to come together for India to grow? I mean, is the private industry important to government initiatives?
Samastanku namaskar, subha sandhya. To all the panelists on the dais, and here are the empowered women, hall full of empowered women, and also the men who are here to support the women. And thanks and congratulations to the convener and co-conveners, Preeti, Swati, Suma, and the entire team of Inwec who have put in their heart, soul, hard work in making this beginning such a beautiful and successful beginning. Aji bahut sundar shubha arambo heichi pavitra akhe tritiya dinore apna mananku madhya wish karuchi eternal prosperity on this auspicious day. And let me remind you, Zayed, I had the opportunity to moderate for you in 23 when you were here at Inwec Fashion Mela, along with Preeti, and that was a very wonderful session, and it's a privilege that you are here moderating all the women on the dais. And the question that you asked, of course, currently when the government is focusing on Bikasit Odisha, Bikasit Bharat, so the entire focus, government cannot do everything on their own, they cannot create that much of job and everything. So it's not that the government is just a regulator like they used to think. The government, the bureaucracy have to come together as a complete enabler. They have to enable, they have to create an environment wherein the businesses will flourish. So it is like creating a wonderful environment where the industry and the government can coexist and merge together. That's how the industry can work, the industry will be interested to work, and they will be able to create a lot of job opportunities. The economy will grow eventually. So it's like now government is dependent on the industries, be be it the small scale industries, medium and the large scale industries, they need the support of industry. Industry has to come forward to support them. The industry has to be an active part in skill development as well. The major gap that we all feel right now, because I'm also an entrepreneur and we have a business as well, and we feel that there's a huge gap in getting skilled manpower, which the government can entrust on the industry to also bridge that skilling, how the industry can come forward, the respective industries can join hands to ensure that a skilling is done for those particular requirement, for those skill sets. So it's like a complete creating a framework wherein they can thrive, policies, single window clearances where this region will flourish, and when the focus is completely on Odisha and the eastern region, Odisha has got a huge scope to come out and shine and to lead.
But just to clarify one point, I've noticed that a lot of people who actually inculcate these skills and are subsidized by the government, they go abroad. They don't want to put their skill set in India. Do you feel there needs to be some necessary steps to make sure that that doesn't happen as well?
Of course, when I see my friends as well, a lot of people, they go out because of job opportunities, because there is no proper job opportunity here. But we need to create a system for startup. We have seen, I am an active part of Inwec, and our members have seen how the growth has happened in the last 3 years. Like 2022, a lot of members were here, and in 3 years, where Inwec has also given a huge platform, empowerment, that motivation, support, members have flourished in 3 years. So there is a huge scope for startup culture, which government is also pushing for. An environment is to be created wherein the startups will be able to thrive, they will be able to get skilled manpower, do skilling here. That's how the people will stay here. Like in our company also, we are trying to attract all the Odias who are outside and giving them equal pay here, so that they will be interested to work in Odisha. I think a lot of other people on the dais must have felt the same. People are coming back here. They want to come back only if you give them proper opportunity.
My understanding, I'm completely with you, and since Usha ji is here, I would like to say that a lot of people I know have said due to intensive taxation, startups have not been able to grow the way they should have in India. So what do you feel that the government can do, with politicians like Sophie, in order to subsidize or give some incentives for startups? I think this is a very important question, ma'am.
See, as Sophia ji told, it's a collaboration between government as well as the private industry or private partners. Without private sector growth, it will not be possible to create so many jobs in the public sector. And people are going out because remuneration which we give, maybe I worked in some of the sector where like ITI graduate who does actually manual thing, they will get paid very minimal wages here because the enterprise value itself is low. Because they don't earn, they will not pay. So the best thing is startup in India, thanks to the all youth entrepreneurs or young entrepreneurs, it's a second largest ecosystem of the startup today in the globe. So there has been huge opportunity. They say what is you have to have that animal instinct to go ahead and achieve it. I'm sure that government is trying to do the best to ensure that there is no bureaucratic red tapeism to start any industry, and all the regulations are deregularized now. So I hope that the youth will come forward and the government facilitation will be able to make India as a developed country by 2047. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, because I am completely with you. I think quantum computing is right around the corner. And a lot of my friends who are, they just say that it's almost impossible to, get into that direction because it's just the key factors do not exist as of yet. But we do hope that the government hears you loud and clear. Sophie, another question for you. What kind of legacy as a politician would you like to leave and lead by? And how do you see India as a politician? What kind of India do you want to see, and what legacy do you want to leave behind?
See, as a first-time politician and not even completed a year as a legislature, what I see is, of course, there are short-term and long-term goals. As a short-term goal, of course, as an opposition MLA as well, so I am the voice of the unheard people. I try my level best to ensure that I come from a constituency which is the old capital of Odisha, previous capital of Odisha, city of brotherhood, silver millennium city, 1,000-year-old city, which has been neglected. So to fulfill the demands of the people of my constituency, to be able to voice for them, to be able to fight for them, and to ensure that they can look up to somebody and they will remember me as I will say as an efficient politician, as an honest and efficient politician who tried her level best. And of course, in a long term, if I see, then it is not just about statues, it has to be about creating a system, that works even after you leave. In India, there is no particular framework as such for politics. There is no accountability as such, I will say, for the entire government or the bureaucracy, which of course is because of the policies that are here, which I also feel how come there is no accountability. When you are accountable in your own company, when the employees are also accountable for the performance, when there are performance appraisals as well. So this entire political scenario is very different here, where there is no appraisal, there is no accountability, which I think needs to be fixed at some point of time. And also to encourage more women participation, I am completely in favor of at least giving that reservation so that women come there. Otherwise, we women will always be, on the menu card only, and we want to be on the table and fight for our rights and to be there everywhere, in corporate, in politics, in the family as well. So that is why. So I think these are the little changes maybe, and the little things and memories I want to leave behind.
So do you feel we should have like a department like how Elon Musk has created DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency? Huh?
Of course, because there is no accountability, How will the public know that, how will they measure why did they vote and what has been the achievement? It's only that we keep on shouting this is done. But there has to be accountability, because eventually this is public money. Public money में ही सब कुछ होता है, तो each and every penny has to be spent in the right way. Accountability needs to be fixed from the bottom to the top level to ensure that the projects taken up are done on time with utmost quality. Also, empathy is very, very important. Like Usha ma'am also told, to bridge the gap between public and the officers and the politicians, to be empathetic, to understand them, because they are here for the problem, to be able to solve their problem and to take it up very positively.
Well, I wish you, Sophie, you're a young lady, I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. I do hope you can shed your light on the youngsters and show them a new kind of politics. There was a very famous line from a movie that I really loved called V for Vendetta, where he says the difference between actors and politicians. So apparently actors use lies to tell truth, and politicians use truth to tell lies. So I do hope that turns out to be truth to truth. And I wish all you lovely ladies on this dais all the very best. It has been my utmost and most sincere honor to be here amongst you all. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank
It's
you.
our pleasure.
Thank you so much.
What a brilliant panel discussion indeed. This was an amazing roundtable discussion that we had. And Zahid, personally, I had never seen you in a role of a moderator, that too, with so many brilliant women. And I think we should give him a huge round of applause for how beautifully, and he was so intricate with the questions, the details and everything. Zahid, it was a delight watching you.
I do have to say that I have 3 elder sisters and a mother, so I'm very well trained in the woman arts. So I think Preeti knew that, and she said, let's have him here.
Apart from what Preeti ma'am knew, I also have to add, and when I say that I speak on behalf of millions of Indian women, you do know your way into their hearts for sure. So can you have a huge round of applause for the charmer? None other than Zahid. And on this note, I'd like to thank all our panelists. Thank you so much for participating so wonderfully and making sure that this was an absolute delight to watch and hear from. Requesting the panelists to please join us backstage. We would want you on the stage after some time for something very important. And meanwhile, Zahid, if you could just step forward. We have a few awards that would want you to give away.